I don't know if we did that at the exact same time or that was just weird.
What?
Go live.
No. What's the name of that channel you said? Veed Studio?
Yeah, Veed. V-E-E-D. Yeah. Bless you.
Thank you. I think for this, you have to upload a video to that Veed thing. You can do it live.
So we just need a fake loop. Oh shit, let me make sure this thing is set up right. Meters.
This is for video, not.
ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, Here's Mike Gill.
Friday starts now. The Sports Fast live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming for you on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Make sure you subscribe, share, like. We got a great show for you on a Friday. Looking forward to today's Happy Hour Friday. What do you have in this weekend for Eagles and Cowboys? Yeah, baby, let's get into it. Going to be a fun weekend, that's for sure. Eagles, Cowboys renew their rivalry. How important is this game for these two teams? We'll get into it. A.J. Brown spoke yesterday at his locker after the game. Those are usually fun media scrubs, right? Scrums, I guess you should call them. And A.J. Brown did react, did answer some questions. Did he answer them the way that you would like? Mm-hmm. We'll discuss. How about Maxey's night last night? A 54-piece for Maxey. I got to tell you, put $10 on him at plus 7,000 last night. Just having a little fun. I don't know that he's going to win an MVP award, but if he keeps playing like this, and I don't know how sustainable it is, he might be in the conversation. Plus 7,000 at certain books. I saw plus 8,000. After I did 7,000, I saw it for 8,000. Our trusty video producer, Tyrell Dunn back there, is messaged me on Twitter and said he's actually plus 8,000 or whatever sports book he was using. I can't remember. I saw him at plus 4,000 one place. Then I saw him at plus 7,000. I said, wow, 7,000. I got to get involved on that. Like, there's a number of like realistic. How plausible is it that Maxey could win an MVP award? And then there's a number that's so non-plausible that when those two collide, that's what you have to do. Like, do I think that Maxey could absolutely win an MVP? Skeptical. But at plus 7,000, is it worth my time? I think it was. So I fired it up, and now I'll play along for the rest of the year. I want to see Maxey score 39, 54, 46, 37 every single night now. It was an unbelievable game for him last night. But fun game. Ratings are up in the NBA all over the place. Up 30%, by the way. The NBA ratings have been unbelievable. It's been a fun season. Like, if you're not an NBA fan, I get it. I'm not sitting trying to talk you into it. But a lot of fun games. Had a lot of like buzzer beaters, overtime. That Sixer game last night going to overtime. It was a fun game last night. And if you want to get involved on Maxey, he's plus 7,000. Ray in EHC says, Mike, I took your advice the other night, and I put $5 on him to be MVP at plus 8,000. There you go. You found him at 8,000. See, I didn't get the $8,000 tip, the plus 8,000 until after I hit on plus 7,000. But 8,000 is a great price. If you get him at 8,000, that's where. How plausible is it? I would say right now. Let's see who's in front of him. Now I hit him on the at plus 7,000. I think he was kind of way down the list. Let me fire up the app real quick and see where he is in the pantheon of others and how plausible it would be. All right, so for regular season MVP, right now the favorite is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Jokic is next. Luka, Giannis. Now Giannis is out for a little while here. And you got to remember, if you don't hit the 65-game threshold, you're out. So if Giannis misses 10 games, like, you're starting to get in trouble of that line of demarcation. That's the problem with Victor Wembanyama. He's also out for a little while here. He might not hit the 65-game threshold. So Maxey could jump a couple of those guys just because they don't play enough games. Maxey's going to play every single night. Heck, he might play every single minute of every single night the way they're going right now. So there you go. All right, I want to get into the Eagles, Cowboys, A.J. Brown, and what happened with this yesterday. So this happened late in our show. right as we were getting off the air yesterday, AJ talked at his locker. So we didn't really get a chance. We did play a little bit of the audio right at the end of the show. He was asked about all the stuff that's being reported in regards to Jalen Hurts and that people in the organization are not happy. And he essentially said, ask me about Dallas. Okay, there's your clue and there's your hint. I don't want to talk about this, is basically what A.J. Brown said. Here it is.
AJ, there was a report that there was some frustration from players on offense with Jalen Hurts.
Ask me about Dallas. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you. Ask me about Dallas. I don't want to be involved in any of this, right? Keep me out of this. Don't make me go down this road. I'm already in enough trouble. I don't need any more of this nonsense. So he wants out of this. Now, that wasn't all of it. He was asked, and I thought one of the more interesting things from A.J. Brown yesterday in this media scrum, he says, ask me about Dallas. Okay, he doesn't want to talk about the reports about Hurts. Boom. But he does get asked about, how do you feel when you watch other wide receivers? How do you feel when you see these other guys? This was his answer to that question. Take a listen.
AJ, do you pay a lot of attention to what other receivers around the league do? Like what makes CeeDee so...
Nah. Why not? It gets me upset. So I stay away from it. No, but I mean, it's a time and place for it. I think right now, I'm just trying to stay focused.
I just mean more from like a skill set perspective.
Nah, the only person I'm really watching is Julio Jones. So, yeah. So.
You talked to him recently?
Yeah, I talk to him all the time.
So he basically is like, yeah, I get upset when I watch some of these other guys. Now, we talked about that before. Like, there was a night where Jamar Chase had like 23 targets or something like that. Wasn't that a Thursday night game? And we're like, man, how's A.J. Brown feel about watching some guy get 23 targets? And he's like, well, I kind of get upset. I mean, so, and then he like bizarrely brought it to a guy that we've been talking about, Julio Jones. He's like, well, I really just watch Julio Jones. It was a weird
It was a very strange back and forth because they were actually asking him about CeeDee Lamb. Like, hey, do you ever watch CeeDee Lamb and see what he's doing? And AJ took it as like, yeah, I don't like to watch other guys. It kind of gets me upset. And then they followed up with like, well, we were kind of asking you more about like, do you watch guys who have your similar play style? He's like, oh, well, no, I just watch Julio. And you're just like, what a weird like back and forth, like.
Well, and I think he didn't want to say, yeah, I'm watching these guys and they're getting used a lot better than I am. Right. And that's kind of like the way that I felt about that. Then he did get asked whether he thought the Eagles offense was like close to clicking, I guess. Here's what he said.
How close do you think you guys are to kind of figuring this offense out? Because obviously the personnel's there. We know you're super talented. How close do you think you are to kind of clicking?
I think we are. I think we are. I think that's the mindset to have. I think it's just really just cleaning up those mistakes. It's not about just being close. It's just really just finishing drives. Like defense been playing incredible, and we're just trying to do our part. And that starts with the things that it takes no talent, as Nick says all the time.
Translation: I don't think we're very close. Every answer he gives, by the way, he answers with Let me think how I can't get myself in trouble here.
And for those who don't see the video, he's literally like smiling almost through every answer. Like almost like he's like, I know I'm messing with you guys. I know I'm giving you manipulative answers.
Well, he's really thinking about it before he says something. He doesn't want to say something that is going to get him further. I mean, look, he knows now he's met with the owner. He has gone down the road. He has pledged to not put stuff out on social media. So he is really trying to just walk the tightrope here of, do I think our offense is close to fixing it? Hell no, I don't. But I'm going to tell you that, and then I'm going to quickly pivot to the defense, which is playing really well, because I don't want to keep talking about this offense because I don't have anything good to say about it. Now, AJ, there's been some questions. He missed a couple of games. Are you healthy?
How are you feeling physically these days with the hamstring?
I'm fine.
There's nothing that's lingered.
Nothing is wrong with me, guys.
I'm
just gonna say that.
So he kind of puts that to rest. Nothing wrong with me. For all the stuff out there that maybe I'm slowing down, maybe I'm kind of banged up, that isn't a problem here either. So there's nothing wrong with him. The offense, he says, seems close to clicking. What about the questions about his particular play declining? Here's what he had to say about that.
There's some speculation out there that you are not the same player. What would you say to those people?
I guess Saquon ain't the same player either. Then. All right. But I don't got no comment right now. I don't care about that.
You obviously don't believe it.
Y'all don't believe that.
I didn't say it.
Okay.
I guess Saquon ain't the same player either, is what he said. So he's now kind of suggesting either one of two things. Are you guys asking Saquon, is his play down? Or is he acknowledging, you guys don't seem to be asking Saquon whether he's dropping, and I don't see him having a great year. Kind of an interesting answer that he would bring Saquon Barkley's name into this, kind of pulled him into, hey, he's not playing all that well. You guys asking him that question?
But I would also say that, again, to people who couldn't see, because you've talked about, Mike, the A.J. Brown smile, right? The entire 7 minutes of his media scrum, he's smiling, he's giggling, he realizes that he is, remember the term that Derek Gunn used, Jalen Hurts everyone over a barrel? AJ knows that he's got the media over a barrel.
Well, he's very engaging. He's very
personable.
He's just, and I talked about this before, he'll flash that smile, and then the thought is that everything will just kind of be smoothed over. And AJ's a guy that is very magnetic. He is very, he knows how to run the game. He knows how to work the game here. Hey, let me just flash my smile. And then he even said it, like, I'm trying to just make light of the situation. He's a guy that is able to be self-deprecating, and that's his way of kind of dealing with these scenarios. I don't want to deal with these things because I don't want to say what I really think. So I'll just kind of be self-deprecating. I'll just kind of say, well, does anybody think Saquon is having a great season this year?
Yeah, to your point, this is what he said at last week's media scrum.
So me making light of my situation on Twitch with my friend, that's something I'm not apologizing for. Because like I said, if you got eyes, you can see that. And so that's me trying to laugh through my situation. So yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want to talk about it. It's almost like somebody who's embarrassed by something, like their way of kind of dealing with the embarrassment is just to add to the embarrassment, right? Like, I made a mistake and I'm just going to be self-deprecating about it. Like, it's almost like that's where this is like, listen, guys, we don't get along. What do you want me to say? Without coming out and just completely being divisive about this situation here, I'm just trying to deal with the problem without making it a bigger problem. Because as Deshaun Jackson said yesterday, we played that audio on the House of Action podcast, which who knew he had a podcast? Deshaun Jackson, didn't he have a podcast with LaShawn McCoy? What happened to that one?
I went away when he became a head coach.
Oh, but he has a new podcast with Clinton Portis now.
Who's on his coaching staff.
Gotcha. He talked about it. He says, I know what the deal is. I know what's going on here. Here's what Deshaun Jackson had to say.
Yeah, we winners. Yeah, we want to do this. But it's something else going on. And I got a great relationship with him. I respect him. I can't say it, but I know it's something else going on. That it's not all about football. It's not about X's and O's. I've been there.
Does Deshaun Jackson saying, I know what's going on, I can't say it, but I know, does that make you feel better or worse about the situation?
It makes me feel worse because how can you not feel great? Now the problem is the opposite of the defense. I don't know if you saw some of the quotes from the defensive players yesterday, Mike, when they talked to the media, but they were talking about how, hey, why are we playing well? We're great friends. We all hang out off the field. We bring that energy into the locker room. Nakobe Dean was saying that, Jalen Phillips has fit in perfectly with our vibe. Jalen Carter is saying, I love these guys on my defense. We all ride together. The defense is just getting along. They're all great. And on the offense, it's complete relationship dysfunction.
Greg at LBI says, I'm not picking sides here, but I don't think it's fair to chastise AJ for his answers yesterday because what were a lot of us saying, myself included, stop talking negative about the team and the offense. He did that now. We're all over him for it. No, I'm not all over. Like, I think AJ's in a conflicted situation because of what Deshaun said. A personal matter happened somewhere, and he doesn't want to bring that into the football mix.
Right.
He doesn't want to mix business with pleasure, essentially, here. He has a problem with somebody. I'm not even saying it's A.J. Brown and Jalen. Deshaun did not say that, but it's obvious that Deshaun Jackson, is saying, I know what the problem is, and it's not football related.
Yeah, it goes back to what Derek Gunn said. He said, look, he says, people might not say who it is, but we all understand who fits into that category.
Well, it's one of 3 or 4 people in my mind.
Okay, I have 3, but who?
I said 3 or 4.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts.
Right. Kevin Patullo.
Nick Sirianni.
Right.
Loosely, I could put
Saquon
Barkley as the other guy.
Well, you've mentioned before here, Mike, that how you think the Saquon and 20 million commercials might have caused a little bit of a
jealousy,
a disgruntled vibe. Maybe not even like pure jealousy, but like guys are just like, come on, man.
I'm really low on the list of that one. That to me is a minimal, but I guess it could be plausible. Like, there's some jealousy here, and he mentioned Saquon by name there. That I feel like this is like a political debate. He mentioned me by name. Can I respond? I was invoked in that conversation.
I was invoked.
Yeah,
right?
He mentioned my name. So he did mention Saquon. Well, I guess Saquon's not having a good year this year. So there's no question from Deshaun Jackson's lips to our ears, there is something that has happened between AJ and what I would suggest is one of those 3 or 4 participants. You want to throw in Howie Roseman? I don't know that he has a problem with Roseman.
I don't think anyone's got a problem with Howie. I think this is very hyper-specific.
I would only say Roseman if, in fact, he believes that Roseman's taking the side of. But that would mean that person would supersede Roseman.
Right, exactly.
So I would rule Roseman somewhat out. Those are the 4 people that I would say that AJ, based on what Deshaun Jackson said, that AJ, can you play that one more time? This is Deshaun Jackson on the House of Action podcast.
Yeah, we winners. Yeah, we want to do this. But it's something else going on. And I got a great relationship with him. I respect him. I can't say it, but I know it's something else going on. That it's not all about football. It's not about X's and O's. I've been there.
All right.
It's not all about X and O's. It's not about football. So it's not about X and O's, not about football. That leads you directly to think about a couple people.
We have a philosophical difference. It's not about football. It's not about the X's and O's. There's some sort of philosophical difference off the field.
Correct.
Seemingly is what not a philosophical difference in the offense. I mean, off the field. Something has occurred that has fractured our relationship, which would seem to make this sound like it's a Jalen Hurts. Now, we've been kind of weaving around a lot of people in the organization, what Derek Gunn brought up earlier in the week, which was there's a lot of people in the organization that seemingly have an issue with Jalen Hurts right now. This is what Derek Gunn said on Birds Weekly.
He's been talked to by coaches and other people in the organization. They practice the offense and getting ready for an opponent a certain way. But when the game comes around, those plays are not run the way they were practiced. And if you remember, if you go back to that Green Bay game, when he threw the bomb late in the game to AJ and he didn't catch it, we saw Nick Sirianni on the sideline screaming, why? And then Devontae Smith said in the postgame, well, number 1 and number 11 call that play, and whatever 1 and 11 wants, they get, and we just roll with it.
So he essentially, said like that Hurts is kind of going rogue outside of the practices. They practice all week, and then they get to the game. Now, the interesting part about that is that he said whatever 1-11 they get. That would almost make you, if listening to that, the way that was kind of thrown out there, is that 1-11 are together by themselves, and they're not including everybody else.
Right, but at the same time, A.J. Brown is the same guy who has said in the past he don't talk to nobody during the game. So you talking to each other, not talking to each other.
He didn't say. He just said I'm quiet. He said I'm kind of quiet on the game days. He was asked that yesterday. Like, the woman was asking the question about what the environment's like in that stadium. He mentioned that it's hard to see the ball. Then she followed up with like, "You're not the most vocal," and he said, "No, I don't really say that much on game day." But
he has said that also in the past that he doesn't really talk to a lot of guys during the game.
So a lot of these things, like that comment there, would make it seem like AJ and Hurts are rogue by themselves. But then the other part of this sounds like those two guys aren't on the same page.
Is it possible they're on the same page on the field, but are not on the same page off the field?
I don't know that they talk all that much during the game. We don't know. We don't see them always on the sideline. There's always been people who have complained that it appears that Jalen goes to the sideline and he's always sitting by himself and never communicating with his teammates.
Well, typically Jalen this year has been typically when the camera pans to him, he's either by himself or he's talking to Patullo, because Patullo's on the sidelines, not up in the booth, right? So, whereas whenever you see AJ Brown, he's with Devonta, right? He's with Devontae Smith. So, maybe Smith knows something more than we do, not just because of the fact he's in the locker room, but because
I have news for you. Smith knows a lot more than we do.
Wait, what I'm saying is
I got a little news for you here.
So, I mean, now it goes back to the comment you made about Saquon. Does Saquon move up the pecking order in terms of disgruntlement because maybe AJ and Jalen are not on such bad terms as we thought they were?
I can't believe it's gotten to this point with a team that's 8-2. That's what I would say to that. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, today is your final day to enter for this year's 99 Bottles Party. It is the last day. You will have 4 more chances all day today. Listen for your cue to call. When you hear it, make sure you are the 7th caller. That will get you in for this year's 99 Bottles. Damn year flew. It's flying. The football season's moving too fast. Slow down. Slow down. We got a lot of football to talk about today. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is here on the other side. We'll take a look at all the weekend stories. Sixers played last night against the Bucks. 54 for Maxey. Woo! McMullen. Jesse Holley, former wide receiver from the Dallas Cowboys. Let me get his perspective from a wide receiver perspective, what he thinks is going on here in Philadelphia. Plus, and the Cowboys get back in the division here. Does he think this Cowboys team is ready to go on a streak? Last former Cowboys wide receiver Jesse Holley, Adam Kaplan, today's football at 4, the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. The Nuggets are back. Sal Pal Antonio at 5 o'clock, and it's Happy Hour Friday. What are you having for the Eagles-Cowboys game? Let me know, 609-403-0973. I got some great picks for the people today. I got picks I'm going to be giving out all day for Happy Hour Friday. We're Sports Fest coming up on 97.3 ESPN. Down the lane he goes to Maxey. Corner three in the air. It's good. Maxey puts it in. 46 points for Maxey. And the Sixers lead by 3.
You know, he really did a good job. I thought it's a lot of minutes on a back-to-back for a guy who's playing a lot of minutes, and he was really guarding hard too. Like, he was really putting an effort in at both ends. So a lot of that will to win came from him tonight.
Nick Nurse on the performance of one Tyrese Maxey last night, who went for 54. Maxey scores 54. I had to play along. Plus 7,000. I got involved for MVP. I don't know that it's real plausible that he can win the MVP, but at plus 7,000, I'm in. What a performance last night for Tyrese Maxey. We'll get into that. Eagles play the Cowboys this weekend. It is the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, like, share. All right, let's bring in Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, our weekend preview. We take a look at all the big stuff that's going on. Plus 7,000, Mike McGarry. If I gave you a couple bucks, would you feel okay throwing that down on Maxey for MVP? Is that possible?
No, Tyrese Maxey is not going to be the NBA's MVP this year, and you would have been better off taking the $2 and I don't know, or whatever you did, donating it to charity or something, because that's what that wager was, a donation. Maxey has improved, but he is far from being the NBA's MVP.
Well, I agree with you to some extent, but at plus 7,000, he's in the conversation because I'll tell you what's sneaky here, Mike. These guys got to play 65 games, and Wembanyama, he might not get there. Giannis might not get there. Some of these guys might not get to 65, so that's going to eliminate some guys for that. And if he keeps putting up 30 a night, last night's 54, that's not sustainable. But my Lord, if he can get to 30-plus a night the way he's going, and the team can win these games, he's got to be at least in the conversation that would make my April look fun.
He's not in the conversation to be an MVP at all. There's a guy in Denver who's pretty good. There's a guy in Oklahoma City who's pretty good. There's a guy named Sengun in Houston who's pretty good. Look, and here's an issue that I love Tyrese Maxey. I love the way he plays. I think he played last night's game was tremendously exciting. But I think the Philadelphia 76ers and their fans have a tendency to overrate just how good he is. Now, he's better this year than he was last year or the year before. But, Mike, there are several guards in the Eastern Conference alone I would take ahead of him without hesitation.
Yeah, just have a little fun, obviously. That was a fun game last night as Maxey 54 leads the Sixers to a win over the Bucks. They'll play on Sunday against the Heat. Obviously, Paul George was back last night. You saw him obviously contribute a little bit. We don't know what his availability. That's the frustrating part about this team, right, Mike?
Exactly.
Like if Joel is playing and Paul is playing and it's a night-to-night basis, you might actually start to believe in them a little bit more. But until that gets steady, I don't think you can.
Exactly. And that, Mike, I was watching that game last night, and I give the Sixers all the credit in the world. They play hard. They play entertaining basketball. But how they are built right now, it's just not a recipe for success. What do you say? It's like they have two teams. They have a team that plays on Thursday night, and then they have a team that plays on Tuesday night. I mean, what do you say to a guy like Justin Edwards, who hit some big threes in that overtime period? Now when a guy comes back, you say, I'm sorry, Justin, I know you helped us win the other night, but tonight you don't get to play. Same thing with Quentin Grimes. What do you say? Quentin, the other night you scored 20-something points. You played 30 minutes. You helped us win. Tonight you're going to play 15. I mean, how they are presently built, and I don't know how you solve the problem, but I'm convinced now they got to get away from this Embiid thing. This Embiid thing is a joke. He hasn't played consistent basketball in almost 2 years. 2 years this January. And he makes $50 million a year. I don't know if you can trade him, but he's here one night, he's not here. It's no way to build a winning basketball team. It's putting a product on the floor. It's entertaining. But if you want a winning team, they are about as far from a winning franchise right now as one of the bad NBA teams.
They're stuck kind of in a weird spot. I will say that, they are 9-6 or something like that to kind of start the season, which is probably better than most people thought, right? I don't think there was a lot of anticipation entering this year, but yeah, I don't know where they are without knowing. This is like being in the Margate Men's League. You don't know who's showing up because they have to work tonight.
Show up. It's like a Yogi Hiltner ACBL game. You don't know if the guy's going to make it out of work to the best pitcher's going to make it out of work on time, basically. You don't know who's playing on a consistent basis. It's just not a way to win. And I can't believe there aren't problems of guys who are saying, I'm healthy, I'm busting my hump in practice every day, I'm playing hard in the games, I'm contributing and making plays in the game, and now I play tonight, but I don't get to play Saturday, and then I'll play again on Tuesday. It is just mind-boggling. And look, I don't know what you do because I don't know what you do with Embiid, but Mike, I couldn't believe it today when I thought about it. It's been 2 years this January since he's been a consistent basketball player. It really shocked me when that sort of time frame kind of hit me there.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Yeah, Sixers, by the way, Sunday against the Heat. You can listen to that game on Rock 104.1. Eagles and Cowboys will be on 97.3 ESPN. Let's get into that one. Eagles are 8-2. They are in first place. They are the number one seed. Is that a bigger deal, or are you still focusing on everything, the noise that surrounds this team?
I think it's a bigger deal, Mike. Again, we're watching the football game last night, watching the Buffalo and the Texans play, entertaining game, right? Now, and I'll ask you this question. The Eagles are 8-2, okay? They are on track to be the number one seed. Who are you afraid of? Who should the Eagles be afraid of? Who should they fear? Who is a team that you think can come in and knock them off in the playoffs? I have two teams in all of football that I would be worried about, and none of those teams are in the AFC. So if they get to the Super Bowl, I like their chances. But I think the Rams and Seattle are the only two teams that I would be worried about if I was the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, what do you think?
We kind of talked about this. I said they're playing Dallas this week. All right. If they were playing the Rams on Sunday in L.A., the game's in Dallas, so we'll put the game in L.A. If they were playing the Rams in L.A., how would you feel about the game on Sunday?
I would feel shaky about the game in L.A. because I think L.A. matches up well with the Eagles, and they're probably due to get a few breaks and beat them. I mean, so that's why I worry about them. And then I worry about Seattle with Seattle's defense and their playmakers and stuff like that. But, I wouldn't worry about anybody else. Now, that doesn't mean that I think the Eagles are going to win this Sunday. They could very easily lose to Dallas. I think I saw something where Dallas hasn't lost an NFC East game in a couple of years. They've got some offensive playmakers. You're going on the road in a division game. You can probably get picked off here, but that won't change how I feel about the Eagles overall.
Yeah. By the way, the stat is that Dak Prescott his record is ridiculous at home against NFC East teams. It's when he is at home against NFC East teams. I'll pull up the record here. We were talking about this yesterday, but yeah. And I think Dallas is so desperate in this game. Like, their season is essentially on the line here, right? I mean, Absolutely. If they win this game, by the way, Dak Prescott has won 18 straight home games versus divisional opponents. 18 straight at home against NFC East teams. And they are so, their season hinges on this game. If they win, they're still in the wild card mix. They're still alive. If they lose, they're essentially done. Do they have more to play for?
Absolutely. This is a kitchen sink game for the Dallas Cowboys. They have to win this game if they're going to entertain any hopes of making the playoffs. Because, Mike, not only do they have what you mentioned, but on Thursday, they've got the Kansas City Chiefs, I believe, walking into Dallas for the Thanksgiving game. And for the Kansas City Chiefs, that's a kitchen sink game for the Kansas City Chiefs. That's a game the Chiefs have got to have. So Dallas, you're looking at 2 games in 5 days against the Eagles and the Chiefs. You got to have one of them. You got to have one of the two. And I might go with the division opponent just because of the familiarity there. And because as good as Jalen Hurts is, he's not Patrick Mahomes. And you got a desperate Patrick Mahomes coming into your stadium on Thursday.
I'll tell you what, this week's interesting because Dallas plays Philly, Kansas City plays Indianapolis, and essentially they're season savers for both. They both need to win. Kansas City and Dallas essentially have to win this week. Otherwise, they're in some big trouble, and they're both playing the number 1 seeds. I don't know if Indianapolis is number 1 or number 2, but they are 8-2 at a tough spot in that game. And then you look at Dallas, you go back to the opening night. Now, Jalen Carter didn't play. It was opening night. Their defense is a lot different from the defense that played for them on opening night. You can make a big case that their defense is much better. You can make a case that the Eagles' offense that night is better than the offense we've seen the last couple of weeks.
Well, that's the whole key when you look at this game. You have the Eagles offense that has struggled to put points on the board the last 2 weeks. Now, was that the weather and Green Bay's defense? Was that the conditions Sunday night? It was hard to throw the ball at the link on Sunday night. Was that the Lions defense? Dallas is going to score some points on Sunday. Dallas is going to get, I think, between 24 and 28 points. They've got some talent on that offense, especially playing at home. The question now is, can the Eagles offense kind of really step forward? What A.J. Brown talked about is the defense has been winning some games. This is a week where, hey, maybe the offense has got to win some games, because I think the Eagles are going to have to score at least 28 points to win the game in my mind.
Yeah, I think the offense is going to be interesting to see what offense, after all the stuff this week. A.J. Brown yesterday, he essentially said, hey, listen, they asked him about routes. He said, you got to ask KP about that. It appears, Deshaun Jackson said in a podcast, I know there's something. I can't talk about it, but it doesn't have to do with football. Does that make you feel better or worse?
It makes me feel worse, Mike. Everybody's dancing around it. You got everybody speaking cryptically. You have Lane Johnson early in the season saying that the offense is boring. You got Derek Gunn saying, the people becoming frustrated in the building with Hurts. You have A.J. Brown doing what he does on a daily basis. You have Devontae Smith saying stuff. Where there's smoke, there's probably fire right there. I will say one thing, Mike. If your quarterback is not your quarterback, who is a Super Bowl MVP, who led you to the Super Bowl title, who has led you to an 8-2 record, who led you to the Super Bowl, 2 Super Bowl appearances in 3 years, and basically when your franchise was kind of struggling, resuscitated your entire franchise after Doug Peterson and Carson Wentz left town. If he's not running the plays the way the coaches want him, you know what you got to do then? You got to get new plays. You got to get new plays that he can run. I mean, it's that simple. So something's going on offensively. But again, with all their struggles and all I watch, and believe me, Mike, I'd love to come on here and tell you that the Eagles stink. They've got no chance. There's 10 teams in the NFL that can beat them. With all their offensive troubles, I still see only 2 teams that would give me pause in the playoffs. The Rams and the Seahawks right now.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com. It should be a fun weekend here. Eagles, Cowboys, that's always a big one. And, of course, if the Eagles win, you could pretty much say that 20-plus year streak of NFC East back-to-back champions will end. That would pretty much knock out the Cowboys from NFC East contention. Pretty much knocked them out of wild card contention as well. So it's a season saver for Dallas, and Philadelphia obviously trying to win the division. And then focus on the number 1 seed. We'll hear it all unfold right here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry, what's happening? Who's still alive in the high school football playoffs?
Yeah, we're at state semifinal week. It's amazing how fast the season goes. Started at the beach in 80-degree temperatures at Ocean City, and now here we are, state semifinals. Lots of great games all over South Jersey. super locally in Atlantic County, we've got Cedar Creek in the Group 3 semifinal up at Homedale. Should be a great game there. I'll be heading out in a few minutes for North Jersey. Wayne, New Jersey, as Holy Spirit faces DePaul Catholic in non-public B semifinal. But overall, great games all over South Jersey. Camden at Haddonfield, Kingsway at Washington Township, Burlington City at Glassboro. We're at state semifinal weekend. Should be another great weekend. And locally, of course, Holy Spirit and Cedar Creek lead the way.
All right, Mike. Mike's back on Monday when the Eagles and the Cowboys will be in the books. And, of course, we'll recap it all right here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road. Everybody have a great weekend. Thank you.
There's Mike. And, of course, he is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, Cooling. The Mike McGarry appearance here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready all season long. All right, we got 99 bottles still to come. Listen for that contest sounder to go off when you hear it. Be the seventh caller. And, of course, later on in the show, we got the outside view. Jesse Holley, the former Cowboys wide receiver, will join us here on the Sports Bash. All right, on the way, one thing about the Eagles game this week that really stands out. There's a number that has caught my attention. I'll share it with you coming up next. ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, like, share. So there's a number that stood out to me about this game that pretty interesting that I think you have to at least take into consideration here. The one number we just told you, Dak Prescott has won 18 straight games at home against division opponents. The Eagles are a division opponent. It will be in Dallas. That's not the one. How about this number? The Cowboys at home this year have scored 40 or more points 3 times. One shy of the most in a single season in franchise history. I got news for you. If they score 40, you ain't winning this game. You got blown out in this game. Does that number stand out to you at all? When I saw that number, they've scored 40 or more at home. At home. They are a much different offense at home. Now, they came here to Philly. What did they score? 20? Let's score that first.
24-20.
24-20. That's half. That's half. Is it, you put any credence into their offense being even that much better on home turf? Because I do. Controlled environment, AstroTurf, home. Their offense is a handful. It's a bigger handful in this building.
I definitely put some credence to it. I would just be curious without having I don't have it in front of me, but I would like to look at who some of those teams are because the only one I know off the top of my head are the who they scored a bunch of points on. And that Packers defense at the time was pretty banged up. So I'm curious to know like how much of it was styles and fights, how much of it was playing defenses. You know what I mean? Like, that's always a factor.
You want me to give you the answer?
Sure.
Of the 3 teams, they scored 40 as one of them was a 40-40 game. Now, do you think the Eagles could score 40?
No.
Ruling it out completely.
Well, they haven't done it.
I know. I'm just saying, they scored 40 against the Giants.
All right. Giants not a very good team.
That game was 40-37.
That was the Russell Wilson game.
Yeah, they scored 40 against Green Bay, and they scored 44 against Washington.
So basically, 2 defenses that are extremely banged up, and another team that's completely functional.
Yeah, well, I mean, those teams, so their home game this year, they scored 40 against the Giants, 40 against Green Bay, 44 against Washington, and then they lost against Arizona when they only scored 17 points.
Yeah, I would just say that, I think the Eagles defense is way better than all those teams. So maybe you don't need to score 40. You need to score more than 20.
Quinnen Williams, remember what he did the other night? 1.5 sacks, 3 quarterback pressures, 5 hits in that game. Who's blocking him on Sunday?
Not me or you.
Brett Toth, maybe Jurgens. Jurgens is in concussion.
Jurgens is practicing.
Yeah, he was back after he was, I think, limited yesterday. Was
Yep.
the designation on him. Let me double check on that. The practice report on him, yes, limited. The only guy who did not practice yesterday was Lane Johnson.
You know he's going to be back.
He's not going to play right for a couple of weeks. So we can get Jurgens back. Okay, but Jurgens has certainly had his moments of struggle this year as well. He has been banged up with the back issue, and Dickerson has not been the same. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Today, it is your final day to qualify for this year's 99 Bottles Party, and that opportunity is now 609-573-3776. Caller 7. 609-573-3776. Caller 7. Right now, you are one of our final entries into this year's 99 Bottles Party at Painters in Margate. You must be present to win on Wednesday. We will be live. 99 pairs of tickets, 99 winners. Tickets include Eagles Club Box seats, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, and more. At the world-famous Painters in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue. And don't forget, right after the show, 6 o'clock at Maynard, $1 Busch Light cans, $3 tee shots, and fireballs, $5 sun cruisers. That's all happening at Maynard. Good luck. All right, 302 Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, congratulations, Scott in Atlantic City. You're our latest qualifier. Today's the last day to qualify for this year's 99 Bottles Party. Listen for that cue to call coming up this hour. Another chance for you to come. John McMullen's here, preferred 365. What an apropos name. Something going on with this team, 365, 24/7, it feels like. He's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new, pre-owned, and certified pre-owned Hondas online, boardwalkhonda.com. John McMullen is back. Let's get some thoughts from him on everything that's going on around the Eagles this week. It always seems to be something, John. You ever follow this team that's just boring?
No, it never is. It's funny. I had John Machota covers the Cowboys on my show, and I said to John today, they're the only team really that has a bigger tent on the circus than the Eagles, because it's always something with this. It's always something. So Jerry Jones is the only one who can outdo them in the sort of always in the news category.
Always in the news. What stands out the most this week? I mean, you've got obviously some reporting around the Jalen Hurts. Some people are beginning to kind of fall out of favor there. You know, he's got him over a barrel, yada, yada, yada. Okay, now what? Then A.J. Brown says, hey, ask me about Dallas. Hey, what about the pass interference? Ask KP about that. Yeah, Deshaun Jackson adding some context to this, which I thought was interesting. Deshaun, a diva receiver himself. And he says, I know what the problem is. I just can't say it, but I know what it is.
Deshaun's throwing a bomb in the middle and then leaving.
Right. Does Deshaun Jackson saying, like, yeah, there is a problem. I know what it is. I can't say it. Is that supposed to make us feel better or worse about the situation?
Well, I don't think it's supposed to do either. I think it's somebody trying to garner attention. You know, Deshaun's a head coach now at the college level. He should know better than to say things like that and leave things open-ended, because obviously what that creates is speculation. Everybody takes the baton in a million different directions. But, you know, Deshaun's not a part of the Philadelphia Eagles organization anymore, so he can do what he wants. But I wouldn't take that report and lose too much sleep over it. I would say that.
Does it hold credence so that here's a guy who knows AJ pretty well, and he's saying, I know what the problem is, I just can't say it. But there, you know, I've gone through it before. In other words, like that, there, it almost sounds like it's either it's got to be one of three people, I would imagine: Jalen, Patullo, or Sirianni, right?
Well, I think a lot of this stuff is regurgitated. I mean, there's no secret around the Eagles, and I've said it on your show. I've said it on my show. Many reporters who cover the team have said it. There's frustration from the receivers with the way the offense is run. That's not it's not a secret. In his way, AJ has said it. In his way, Devontae has said it. And it's not necessarily about being a pass-first offense. They understand what the strength of this team has been, the offensive line and Saquon Barkley getting to this level over this stretch of football. So they understand it's going to be a grounded pound team, but their angst, if you want to call it that, is related to wanting to contribute, wanting to be more efficient when the opportunities in the passing game are there. And from the quarterback standpoint, the frustration is when those opportunities are there, the ball is not necessarily coming out on time, or there's not enough trust, compared to the reputations and the demonstrated performance that A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith has put together. So I don't think it's as wide-ranging as people think it is. I think it's pretty simple. And anybody who can watch this team. But the problem is, they've won 24 of 27 games since week 5 of last season. So are you really going to fix something that is winning at a historic level I don't think that happens. People can say, well, you need to sort of be proactive and try to predict what's going to happen, not necessarily what has happened. But that's a slippery slope, man. I don't know too many organizations that'll win 24 or 27 and say, yeah, but you know what? We need to change because style points aren't there. I just don't think that organization exists.
And that makes a lot of sense too, right? I mean, but as a lot of people have kind of speculated, like this ship can keep sailing until you lose, and then once you lose, does the whole thing come crashing down?
Well, it depends how much you lose. I mean, obviously, a lot of people like to go back to 2023. Of course, if you lose like that, yeah, the whole thing comes crashing down. Then you're going to make significant changes in the off season. But I don't see that happening because the defense is too good, and you're not going to have that kind of all-encompassing issue that you had back then. So the tougher place is if, say, you win a playoff game and then you lose a close playoff game and you're out and you don't live up to your self-imposed expectations of winning the Super Bowl again, then what do? Then do you make drastic changes? That is a more interesting question and a tougher question, to be honest, because they're still really good, but, we know what modern sports is, and everything's a failure. I always call it Ricky Bobby rules. If you're not first, you're last. And too many people have that mentality that, you can go win 13 games and win a playoff game, but if you don't win the whole thing, that's a failure.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think one of the interesting parts about the Eagles and where they are right now, the only expectation is Super Bowl. And outside of Super Bowl, is that fair with this particular team? Maybe, right? I mean, is it fair to say that this team, if they do not go back-to-back, it's hard to say if you don't go back-to-back, you did not succeed, but that was the goal, and that is what the standard really has become right now with where this team is with their current personnel.
Well, I think when you look at any great team, whether it was the Patriots with Tom Brady or other sports, dynasty type teams, I never think like heightened expectations are a bad thing. I think those types of teams, believe they're going to win. That's the goal, to win the whole thing. But again, if you lose in the NFC Championship game, I don't think personally that's a failure. Even though your goal is to win the Super Bowl and you had a legitimate goal, there's just so many things that have to go right to do that. Right? Lane Johnson's out now. What if Lane Johnson doesn't come back? You look at Detroit last year, and for most of last season they looked like by far the best team in the NFL, and then the injuries reached a place where they just couldn't overcome them anymore. So there's so many things that can happen to derail a potential Super Bowl. And so I can't just say in any circumstance that, well, if you don't win the Super Bowl, that season's a failure. I realize a lot of people are going to disagree, but I just can't look at it that way, because if you're around this sport each and every week,
right,
you know the upheaval from week to week, and you've already seen it this year with.
Sure. There's a lot of variables.
Tucker Kraft and Sam Laporta and Detroit is now out. So much can happen over the next 7-8 weeks.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of variables, injuries, and all that stuff certainly play into it. And if Philadelphia just kind of breaks down, and you're just like, hey, they just ran out, manpower just wasn't there anymore. But I in the end, their goal has been to go back to back, and they're 8-2. They are the number 1 seed right now. What do you make of the spot they are in this week with Dallas? Dallas is interesting because they are 4-5-1. That would say they're a below average team, average at best. They need this game bad. I mean, Dallas is in a spot where if they lose this game, they are essentially out. They currently have a 7% chance to make the playoffs. If they win, that goes to only 12, but obviously they need to win. If they lose, that goes down to 3% independent of other results around them. So if the Cowboys lose, their season is over. What do you make of this spot on the road? Dak has won 18 straight home games against NFC East teams. Is this a spot that feels like a Dallas win?
Yeah, I mean, I picked Dallas on my show to win a close game for a lot of those reasons you just talked about. Their success at home, they're getting better, they're getting healthier on defense. They get Quinnen Williams, they get Lance Wilson, they get Malik Hooker back, and they look terrible on paper defensively, but all of a sudden they have all this added personnel. And if they can get to middle of the road type defense with that offense, which is number one passing offense in the NFL, number 3 overall, they can chuck it all over the lot. They run the football well. And they do it better in Dallas than they do it on. They average something like 34 points per game at home. Over 400 yards. So this is an explosive team. And then you have the division part of it where games tend to be closer with divisional foes. You saw it with the Giants earlier this year when the Eagles lost a game they shouldn't have lost. That tends to happen in the division when you know your opponent so well. So all of that factors in. Now, the Eagles are so good, you wouldn't be surprised if they win the game. I wouldn't be surprised, but a lot of talk about that desperation part of it. Now, A.J. Brown tried to cut that in the bud, said, we're desperate too, in a different way. They're desperate. They want to get the offense going. They want to get the offense on track. They have to worry about the number 1 seed because they want the road to the Super Bowl to go through Lincoln Financial Field. So it's not like they can afford to lose when that's the goal. But obviously they have more room, and that's the human nature of it. They have more. They got to have a bunch of hiccups and still make the playoffs. So you have that safety net, and that's the human nature aspect of it. But there is some, to AJ's point, there is some desperation for the Eagles as well. The constant worry about the offense, how do you fix that? Well, you play well on offense. And they really haven't done that for a while, dating back to the Giants game, the second Giants game. So they need to get that offense going.
They sure do. He said he thinks they're getting close to clicking. Did you buy his answer at all?
No, I mean, I didn't. To me, I've heard that, week after week from different players, not only AJ, Jalen, Jordan.
But he has made his jabs of, do I think we're clicking? Yeah, sure. But the defense is really picking. Like, anytime, hey, what do you think about the passing routes? That one you got to ask KP about. Are you jealous of watching other receivers? Yeah, of course I am. Like, he's trying to get his points out without burying people.
Yeah, he's very savvy. I said that, he was able to, specifically with that receiver comment, which was, to the point of he said he doesn't like to look at other receivers because he gets angry thinking about sort of the numbers they're able to put up. The KP stuff, I mean, you can see that that's sort of like a coaching directive because Jalen is used. It's always a dead giveaway when they use the exact same language, and Jalen has been using that's a KP question. And I know the Eagles coaching staff is very cognizant of, when things go poorly, they want the criticism to go on them, not the players. So that's the goal there. And that I didn't take too much out of that because that's sort of a directive of, if it defaults to something, just say that's a KP question.
John McMullen, Birds 365, Eagles and the Cowboys this weekend. Dallas has scored 40 points 3 times at home. Their offense is very good. We've seen the Eagles defense. Now we do know, you've talked about it Monday when you were here, weather played a factor in offensive struggles, but the Eagles defense, very good. But what do you think of the matchup with this Dallas offense this week?
Yeah, I do think there's going to be more points scored in this game. I mean, instead of, cold weather and 40-mile-an-hour gusts, you're in a climate-controlled environment, and they'll most likely close the roof. So perfect weather for offenses, fast track, so to speak, kicking game. You think Brandon Aubrey, he can kick it from 65 there in his sleep. So a lot of I expect to see more offense than you saw over the past two games from both teams. And I think the Cowboys are going to score some points, and the Eagles are going to have to score some points to beat them.
A lot of points, more than they've been scoring. It seems that 16 is probably not going to be enough. What they scored against Green Bay the other night, probably not going to be enough. And they're going to be shorthanded, right? No Lane Johnson. What's Juergen's situation?
Well, he's still in the protocol, so the injury report will be coming out this afternoon. He was at practice again today, so he got back to practice on Thursday. So that's a positive sign that he'll be able to get through the protocol by game time. He'll be listed as questionable today because he can't get through it that quickly. Unless he has a setback, I think he's in line to play. Anytime you get back on the field by Thursday, that's a pretty good sign for a Sunday game. But you have to, with the protocols, I don't want to say there's no rhyme or reason to it, but everybody's different, and you just have to wait and see on that thing.
All right, John, obviously big game for kind of both teams. I mean, I don't know. Philly, as you mentioned, they have some, obviously, wiggle room here, but if they lose a game like this, do you think it's just going to be like the first crack in the whole Grand Canyon opening?
I don't think so. No? I really don't. I think this is, in a lot of ways, this is a logical loss that the Eagles have been able to avoid for this stretch a lot of times. I don't think it would be a catastrophe if they lost the game. Look, they're never happy when they lose. I think, there's plenty of leaders on this team. I think Nick's strength as a coach is sort of managing people, keeping them together as much as possible. I don't see the kind of stuff that happened in 2023 when they made a very bad decision to change defenses in the middle of the year. And I just don't see that kind of panic happening again.
All right, man. Well, it should be fun. It's always something. Dallas, Philly, apropos. By the way, that 2023 season, we all talked about that 49er game. That was the first punch. Dallas waxed them the next week, right? They got blasted by Dallas the very next week, and they just never got off the mat after that, and it began just a spiral. We hope to not see that happen here, and maybe the offense starts clicking and everything's kumbaya when I talk to you on Monday.
Yeah, well, I think the difference is that arguably was the worst defense in the NFL by the end of the season. This defense might arguably be the best in the NFL by the end of the season. At least if they keep going on the trajectory.
Well, you're just flipping. You're right. Everybody keeps saying, "Oh, the one reason is the defense is so good. I can't see this team falling apart But if you can't score, you can't keep winning 16-6. Now, do I think their offense is this inept? Not necessarily, but I don't have a lot of.
I would say, I would say they are the exact same offense from a passing perspective of last year. It's almost eerie. They were 29th last year. They're 28th this year. The difference has been the running game. Obviously, they were historic last year, and they've been just pedestrian. They're about middle of the road. I think they're 17th in running. And they're getting better. Saquon had a little bit of not an explosive game, but a decent game, at least against Detroit. So to me, you got to get the running game going. But I just don't see the comparisons to 2023. I think it's completely different because of that defense.
All
And
right.
the offense has been, the same, basically, without the running game.
All right, John McMullen, Burst 365. We'll have all the coverage on the Jacob Media YouTube channel, Sports Illustrated, and, of course, Monday. We'll recap it all right here on the Sports Bash. John, have a good weekend, man.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, and John, I do say that he's right about the defense, right? We all believe that this defense is really, really good. But I would ask this question. Are they good enough to basically shut Dallas down to, what's the number, 20? Can they keep Dallas under 20? And if I say the number's 20, how many people are confident that they can put up 24, like the first night? 609-403-0973. Happy Hour Friday. I got some picks for you guys coming up in just a little bit. Jesse Holley, Outside View, coming up on the other side. We'll get the view from Dallas. What do you got?
I was going to say the only two times that aside from the Eagles, the Dallas Cowboys have been helped is the Eagles' personnel better than those teams?
Chicago's 7-3 in first place. Is their personnel better? Yes. But I think you can make an argument that the Bears' offense is more fluid than yours.
But I didn't ask about the Bears. I asked about their defense.
No, I'm just saying 7-3, their offense is probably better than their defense.
You
is
asked
probably in a little bit of a disappointment.
You asked if the Eagles can hold Dallas to 20 again. So I said there's two other teams that have done that. The Cardinals and the Bears.
Cardinals defense up and down.
Right, they're very inconsistent.
Yeah.
And the Bears, they're okay, right? So maybe is it possible? Yes, but can you bet on it? No, you shouldn't bet on it.
Jesse Holley, former Cowboys wide receiver. What does he see from the outside looking in? The outside view from Dallas is that.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 3:30 Sports Bash Live. You can listen to the game Sunday. Pre-game coverage starts at 3. Merrill and Mike call all the action at 4:25. The Eagles and the Cowboys renew their rivalry. It's a big game for both teams. The Eagles looking for to be the number 1 seed. Cowboys, they need this game to be somewhat in the playoff conversation. But they made a trade, and they've been playing better. Let's talk about them. Jesse Holley, Believe in Cowboys podcast. Former Cowboys wide receiver is back on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And we talked opening week. Fun game, opening night, Eagles win, couple drops. How much further is this Cowboys 4-5-1 team from where they were, not only just opening night, where they were 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, fellas. Appreciate you guys having me on. And, what we wanted to see against the Raiders after the acquisition of an A-plus player in Quinnen Williams is what we saw. It was a good ramp-up game, but to me, honestly, like, this is the test. This week and the following 2 games will tell me all I need to know about this Cowboys team. I will say this newly constructed Cowboys team, because the Raiders are one of those teams where they're just not. They're just not. They're the Raiders.
Very good.
Hey, I don't want to. They're the Raiders, right? And so, for the longest this season, the Cowboys have been the get right game for everybody else defensively, and finally we got a chance to go up against a team that we were able to get right against them. And so this is going to be a true test of what this defense will be able to show us throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Dallas, and we have the graphic up on the screen. They have 40 points at home 3 times, and you're like, whoa, they played the Giants, Green Bay, 40-40, and Washington. So I don't know what you make of that, but we know the Dallas offense can score. But when you see the Eagle defense, can Dallas rely on their offense this week?
We have no choice, right? Our offense has always been the calling card here in Dallas. And so, it's going to be a challenge. And with you guys, hopefully, we'll see if he's muzzled or not before the game, having Jalen Carter now into the mix this week. That's going to make a significant difference, right?
I see what you did there. That was pretty good.
Yeah. Having him out there makes a huge difference, because I can't sit here and say that Quinnen Williams coming onto this defense and giving us a new look defense, being that guy in the interior, and not say that having a guy like Jalen Carter, who is equal to or greater than or less than, not by much less than Quinnen, being on that Phillies defense and really making a significant difference. So it's gonna matter. And Philly's beaten some really good teams. I mean, they've beaten Kansas City, they've beaten Detroit, they've beaten some powerful offenses in this league, and so they're coming up against Dallas's offense isn't a surprise to them. Dealing with an explosive offense, it's a division game. They know Dak Prescott really well. Vic Fangio, remember a couple of years ago, it was the blueprint on how to stop Dak Prescott. So it's going to be a challenge, and I look forward to seeing how the Cowboys match up against Philadelphia's defense.
So, Jesse, from afar, outside view, Jesse Holley, former Cowboys wide receiver here on the Sports Bash. From afar, I don't know if you've noticed, the Eagles' offense has not been very good the last couple of weeks. They scored 16 points. You talk about they've beaten the Rams, they've beaten the Bucks, they've beaten Green Bay, they've beaten the Lions, they've beaten everybody. But
Right.
You wouldn't know this team was 8-2 if you were hanging around Philadelphia listening to the radio or anything, because their offense has been horrendous. And then you got A.J. Brown, and he's playing video games, and he's, it just hasn't been very good. When you see the Eagles' offense, now I heard you on some of your platforms going off about the Cowboys' defense a couple weeks ago. They're giving up 29 points a game. But have they improved enough that you feel that what's going on in Philly might just be the recipe for this Dallas defense to have success?
Well, here's my thing, and as a former receiver, I guess once a receiver, always a receiver, I understand the gripe of A.J. Brown. And if you listen to what A.J. Brown is saying, from my perspective, is he's not directly saying, I want the ball more. A.J. Brown saying, what we're doing offensively is not sustainable. What we're doing offensively will get us beat in the moments where we don't need to get beat, i.e. the playoffs. When A.J. Brown is saying, hey, we're practicing something and we're talking about something and we have a philosophy about something, but we get in the game on Sunday and those things aren't being shown to the area which we need to, and that's maybe a shot back at Jalen Hurts. And then I watch film all week, and I look at the Eagles offensively, and the offense is so boring. It reminds me of the years of Jason Garrett here in Dallas, where the receivers are, a lot of two-man receiver routes, and Devontae and A.J. Brown, they're running slants, hitches, curls, and go routes, and that's a very easy offense to really to going up against the defense to figure out. And when your quarterback isn't willing to put the ball into dangerous areas, I guess it's a gift and a curse in that, because Jalen Hurts is very risk averse and he's not willing to give his receivers an opportunity to make plays, and he maybe not be accurate as much as you need him to be. And so I look at that and I go, okay, if Jalen Hurts wants to play the conservative game, if he doesn't want to go through his reads, and that gives this Cowboys defense an opportunity now when you add Quentin Williams to the mix to get after the quarterback and to be able to lock up on these receivers a little bit more. But again, you come up against the Cowboys, and sometimes I throw all it out the window because of the height of this rivalry and go, this can be any man's game.
Well, and the Eagles one issue. We're talking with Jesse Holley, Unfiltered with Jesse Holley, and Believe in Cowboys podcast, former wide receiver with the Dallas Cowboys. The Eagles' offensive line is beat up, and one of the things that they have been so good at over the years is their line wins the games for them, right? They win up front. They can run the game. And when you watch Philadelphia try to run the ball, do you say, hey, now with Quinnen and Clark, you're not running the ball against us like you think you can?
Yeah, and when you watch the last game against Detroit, they tried to their first 6 plays of the game or 7 plays of the game were pass plays, right? So they're trying to loosen up that box because teams are more so saying, hey, we'll stop Saquon and we're daring you to win the game on the arm or shoulder of Jalen Hurts. So more teams are just crowding the box and saying Saquon won't run all over us. You won't win time of possession. Saquon won't break a 60, 70-yard runoff, and you won't be able to beat us that way. You're going to have to beat us through the air. And again, I think the Cowboys, the way that they've now constructed their defensive front, you saw it against Detroit. They run a lot of 5-man fronts, right? 5-man fronts allow your linebackers to come downhill. Safeties have to be able to fill into those alleys as well and become willing tacklers. I think the Cowboys take that same approach. 5-man front, using that rotation of guys that you have up front, having the linebackers and safeties filling those gaps to control the run. My only question now is, with the cornerback position for the Cowboys, Kalen Carson, he's come back, played 2 really good games, but again, that's going against teams that really didn't challenge him much in the air, but also Deron Bland on the opposite side and somewhat of Savon Rebel playing a little bit more, having those young DBs against 2 talented receivers in Devontae and A.J. Brown. That's the part now we have to see. Are our guys willing to hold up on the outside and not allow those big explosive plays and the go routes and the slants and all that against AJ and Devontae? But I think we'll be able to control the run. On one of my shows today, I talked about what we have to worry about is Saquon in the flats, Saquon getting the dump offs. That's where the zone defense is really susceptible. And the Cowboys this year is giving up 45 yards to running backs in receiving yards.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because the Eagles have struggled against zone. One of the reasons they don't throw the ball to Saquon, right? They don't give him touches out of the backfield. People have been clamoring for, hey, dump off to the backs, a little safety valve. Will Shipley, Tank Bigsby's giving this team a little bit of something, but the Cowboys play a lot of zone. The Eagles struggle against zone. I know coming from the Dallas perspective, this is a team that basically this is their season right here, right? Is that the feeling? 4-5-1. They got to have this game.
Yeah. You got to have this game. You don't win this game, and you pretty much have put the nail in the coffin. Because while you won't be mathematically eliminated, I mean that hill that you have to go up is Mount Everest to try to find a place into the wild card. And so you lose against Philly, Sunday afternoon, and you can pretty much start working on a draft.
Yeah, they have a 7% chance to make the playoffs. Even like if they win this game, that only goes to 12. So even a win, they are still up against it here. Do you think this is a good spot for Dallas with where they are, what this game means for them, being at home? Dak never loses at home against NFC East teams. Do you like this spot for Dallas? And then coupled with, the Eagles got all sorts of inner strife going on. Deshaun Jackson's getting involved. Deshaun Jackson, he's a coach in college, and he's now entering the conversation.
Yeah, I would love for this to be where the Cowboys just kind of, 300 Sparta kick the Philadelphia Eagles into a tumbling. The house of cards are following, and now everything begun to really go to crap in the land of the Eagles. But it's going to be tough, man. The Cowboys, right? Bill Parcells said it. You are what your record is, and for the Cowboys, man, going up against the really good opponents, they haven't fared well this year against them. Yeah, we beat up on some really, sorry teams, but against the tougher opponents, the Cowboys have struggled. And Philly's 8-2. Their defense is phenomenal. They're gonna eventually figure this thing out offensively. I don't like this spot for the Cowboys. I know that there's that desperate team theory going in there. Yes, you are at home, but man, to me, Philly still poses defensively. They still pose a threat, especially what they can do up front with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, and now adding Phillips to the mix. That worries me a lot going up against them this Sunday.
So let me ask you, Jesse Holley, former wide receiver, NFL with the Cowboys. You mentioned, as a wide receiver, it's frustrating, but you keep winning. What's the fine line there? Is you keep winning, but you're not really seeing the offense that you think you can have. How do you see from the outside looking in where there's this weird inner strife from a team that's won the Super Bowl and 25 out of the last whatever? It's just unprecedented, the streak that they're on, and yet you would never know that because of the problems they have almost weekly on offense.
Yeah, and let's be honest, right? A lot of it is it's the media. We hype it up. We talk more about it. We ask the questions in the locker room. The winning, and here's the thing: the one thing that has kept this thing together is the winning. Winning is the cure-all to a lot of these situations. If it was opposite, if the Philadelphia Eagles were 4-5-1, right? It would be all hell would be breaking loose because nobody would really care because they're like, we're already sucking, so let's continue to pour more kerosene on the fire. But because they're 8-2, it's still the fact that things aren't going right, but we are number one in the NFC. We are number one in the division. We are Super Bowl defending champions. So I truly can't be really mad because we're still winning by hook or by crook. And the hope is that they maybe can figure this thing out. I hope they don't figure it out on Sunday. But the Cowboys have been a get-right game for a lot of teams in this NFL season. But I get it, right? Great players want to be showcased in great ways. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon, they're looking around this league and they're saying, man, I'm better than that guy. I'm better than this guy. And they got prolific numbers and all that kind of stuff. And guys want to, there's a fine line between getting my numbers and winning football games. A guy won't be mad if I'm not getting 100 yards every game, but also I don't want to be out here running routes for the love of the game. I don't want to be out here playing 65 snaps and I get 2 attempts. No guy wants that. Not even the 4th or 5th guy, especially not a number 1 guy.
Well, it's always entertaining. Eagles, Cowboys, big game here. One of the reasons, Jesse, this has come up is because of what happened to the Eagles in 2023. They were 10-1, And that season fell apart, and that was the defensive side of the ball that absolutely fell apart. The most people believe the defense is going to be fine and that it's a very good defense. It's whether or not this offense can get out of its own way and start to pick up their end of the bargain. We'll see against the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday. You can listen to that game right here. You can check out Jesse Holley, Unfiltered with Jesse Holley, and he is also host of Believe in Cowboys on the Believe Podcast Network. Former Cowboys wide receiver Jesse Holley, kind enough to join us right here on the Sports Bash. Good to see you, man.
Always, man. You guys have a happy Thanksgiving as well.
You do the same, and we appreciate Jesse jumping on board the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. As he broke down a lot of cool things there to hear the perspective of a guy who played wide receiver, that fine line of where these wide receivers think. And he talked about Jesse, he was a down the depth chart wide receiver. He's not a number one wide receiver. He's a guy who was kind of earning his stripes down the depth chart there, but there's that mentality, right? That's the mentality, that fine line. I don't need 100 yards, but I want to contribute. I don't want to run 65 pass routes and not be a part of the game plan. He does seem to like Philadelphia in the game. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We have another chance for you to qualify for this year's 99 Bottles Party. That's coming up momentarily. Stick around. Listen for your cue to call. But when we come back, it's today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It's coming up next.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected,
When you look at a wide receiver that has expressed frustration across multiple seasons, a guy that told you that winning a title in the manner that they did last year wasn't good enough for him, has continued to chirp throughout the course of this season, has seemingly been sounding the alarm about the dysfunction that's happening on the offensive side of the ball. If A.J. Brown is insurmountable in terms of removing him from the team and that franchise getting back to a Super Bowl, then you don't think that Jalen Hurts is an elite quarterback. You don't think that he's a top 5 player at the position.
Chris Canty said that on Unsportsmanlike this morning. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone. Whitehorse RV, your RV adventure starts here. It's an interesting take by him. Do they think that Jalen needs weapons like A.J. Brown to be the quarterback that he is? Is that essentially what he's saying there? Because there was a lot of conversation of, well, if A.J. Brown doesn't have Smith and Brown, he's not as good as, there's always that avenue that people go down. When that's why Jalen is always the most polarizing discussion. Is he good because he's really good? Is he good because of what's around him? Is he good because the offense around him has been so good? Well, why is the offense struggling? Well, it's not Jalen's fault. It's everybody else's fault, right? There is no definitive put your finger on it. But what Candy's saying is, can they afford to let A.J. go if they don't believe in Hurts being able to play at the level that he plays at without A.J.? And by the way, the evidence has not been great outside of that one Giant game.
And also, I think what he's also saying is if you keep A.J. Brown, you're basically saying that his complaints have validity.
If you keep A.J. Brown, his complaints have validity. But the problem with that is, can these guys coexist for another year? I don't know. Do I want to go through this again? I know Sal Pal doesn't. He told us last week he was over this. He was done. Sal Pal in 1 hour coming up on the Sports Bash Live. On the other side, it's today's Football at 4. Adam Kaplan is here. By the way, the Eagles' game statuses and practice report for Friday has been released. We'll update you coming up on the other side. We're going to go inside the Eagles-Cowboys matchup and why it's so intriguing. Jesse Holley brought something up. We're going to bring it up with Adam Kaplan. Coming up next for today's Football at 4. First, I need caller 7. It's one of your final chances to qualify right now. 609-573-3776, caller 7. You are one of our final qualifiers for this year's 99 Bottles Party. Yes, we are approaching 99 qualifiers. 609-573-3776, caller number 7. Right now, you are entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party. 99 pairs of tickets, 99 qualifiers. That means 99 winners must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue. I got all the tickets. Eagles, club box seats, Sixers, Flyers, concert, comedians, you name it, we got it. We'll see you there. Caller 7, good luck. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Going to be up there tonight there, Josh. I don't know if I'm going to put a bet in, but looking forward to it. You know, my old co-host, Todd Rank's in town there, Josh. You know what happens to the town when us two get together. Woo, baby. Going to be turning back the clock here, see if I can pick up my game tonight like the Eagles and the Cowboys need to this weekend. And a lot to dive into here. We just had former Cowboys wide receiver Jesse Holley on, and he talked about the amount of zone that the Cowboys play and how he thinks that could factor into this game today. Well, Adam Kaplan, let's look at the Eagles' offense against that Cowboys zone and that matchup and how it might tell the story of this game on Sunday. How are you?
Mike, I'm well. Yeah, and by the way, let's just get the injury report out of the way, and then we'll get started with the matchups. I've got some good, interesting numbers. So the only one that the Cowboys are concerned about is Jadeveon Clowney, and they're very deep at edge, by the way, with their front. He's got shoulder and neck problems. He didn't have a full practice this week. He'll be a game-day decision. Other than that, Prescott's fine with a hip injury. Dante Fowler will play. He's been cleared. Everyone else has been cleared. You know, they've had a lot of problems with injury in their secondary and their linebacker, but everybody's healthy. For the Eagles, Cam Jurgens, he needs to get final medical clearance before they fly tomorrow. Here's a great thing. He's ready to go. He feels like he's ready to go because he took the first-team reps today. He's got to get clearance. Lane Johnson's out, obviously. Now, with Miles Hinton and Willie Lampkin, it's real simple. With Hinton, it's just a matter of it's just his first NFL practices this week. He's obviously got a much better chance of being activated at some point within the next 3 weeks than Lampkin does, because Miles Hinton is what they need. They need a developmental tackle on the roster if they can. And, Mike, we've talked about this on our show, Inside the Birds, and with your show. The one guy that, if you're going to cut somebody, would be A.J. Dillon. He's not even active anymore. It's really interesting. He opened the season as the number 2, and that didn't last long. Well, Shipley took the job. So we'll see what happens, but right now, the Eagles, other than Lane Johnson, Mike, are looking good.
Yep, healthy there, and they're going to need it because this is an interesting matchup because the Eagles' offense has been a problem. Let's see how they match up against the Cowboy defense, which the Cowboys' defense has been a problem for them, and then they've added a couple players. We know they play a lot of zone here, so what do you look at inside this matchup of this Eagles' offense, which has struggled against the Cowboys' defense, which has certainly had its struggles this year?
It's funny, Mike. You know, Hurts' numbers will show you. If you talk about zone defense, he's not great at it. And they are. Matt Eberflus is ton of cover 3. He's really running everything he's done for his entire career. He really hasn't changed. Like Fangio's evolved. He's changed a little bit over the years. Not Eberflus. They're up there. They are top 3 in terms of zone coverage. 80% zone. It's cover 3. There are voids in every zone defense. It's funny, we talk about zone and how you got to find voids. Everyone they're going up against, other than Geno Smith, has been able to do that against Eberflus. So it's just really fascinating when you look at two wily old coordinators. Obviously, Fangio's much older, but Eberflus is at least in his 50s, and he was always thought to be a good coordinator. But, Mike, to be honest with you, they've been awful on defense. That's why you see all these trades.
Well, and the trades obviously helped them out, at least for last week. I mean, their run D before the trade versus after. Now they have 2 defensive tackles that they like. Quinnen Williams played his first game and probably had his best game of the season.
Very impactful, Mike. It's funny. He was talking about how good of a defense they could have going forward. And they made the trade for Logan Wilson, who, by the way, split snaps last week with Kenneth Murray. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. But I like these matchups for the Eagles. They've got terrible communication problems on the back end. They have enough corners. That's not the problem. They just don't play with any kind of discipline. They have a new front now. They're playing 3 defensive tackles. It's more of a 5-man front, and that helps their run defense. We'll see, Mike, overall, they're still giving up 4.7 yards per carry. These stats are damning, Mike, in terms of giving up big plays. They've given up 17 passing touchdowns this season. Worst yards per target, over 10 yards per target, which is abominable. Second highest pass yards per attempt. If you're giving up 7 yards per pass attempt, that's bad. 7.9 is awful. Fourth most passing yards. Now, I understand, as you said, they've made these trades. We'll see how impactful they are. Like, they've got all these edge rushers, but as Araku's playing a lot now, they're still not good enough. Quinnen Williams now with the Eagles and the interior of the offensive line, which has been inconsistent, to say the least. We'll see how they handle Quinnen Williams. But that's the fascinating part about this because, look, they play them week 1. Cowboys had just made the Parsons trade. Kenny Clark was not a factor yet. He's now a factor. Their defense is going to have to be – it's going to be better because they have better players. But we said this on our Jeff and I this week. Wouldn't it be fascinating that somehow – I know this is not what the Eagles want – but somehow this became a passing fest. No conditions, Mike. You're not worried about the weather here.
Right.
Just putting that out there.
Well, and listen, they play a lot of zone, which the Eagles have struggled against here,
Yep.
but they have not been very good, as you just kind of chronicled, against wide receivers. I mean, they've given up a ton of passing touchdowns, worst yards per target in the league. So it's like something's got to give, it feels like.
It can. Look, I've said this about Hurts. You never know when it's going to come. I felt last year, I don't know why it was. It was the game against the Steelers because Greg Cosell in our pregame show, which will, by the way, will drop tomorrow for everybody, and then our Patreon members will get it tonight. We're going to tape it after this call. I mean, Greg and I went into that Pittsburgh game, and I felt last year like this is going to be the game for whatever reason. Hurts is going to play well this week, and he was phenomenal. It's funny because him and Dak, they've had different, in their careers when they've played, they haven't always played against each other because of injury. And Dak has got this great record against the NFC East, but it's not as great against Sirianni, which is all that really matters to me. He's 4-2. He didn't play against them last year. He's missed 3 of them due to injury. He's lost, by the way, 2 out of the last 3 to the Eagles. And he's also I looked this up. His last 2 times he faced Fangio, he lost against them. So, although the game against Miami, he was fine. That wasn't the reason why they lost. But They've had a lot of changes, Dallas, on this. Jerry Jones is convinced the more moves he makes, the better they're going to get, but I don't know about that.
Adam, let's look at the defense here. Philadelphia's defense, really good. Cowboys' offense, really good. Which of these matchups on this in this matchup are you kind of zoning in on?
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb. Now, this is pre-Fangio. Has absolutely annihilated the Eagles in their zone coverage. Now he sits in zones now. But I'll say this: yes, there was one good game that CeeDee had in the last 2 years against them. Week 1 was an odd game. Week 1 lies to you. I don't put a lot of stock in Week 1. You got to talk about it. It happened. Jalen Carter, obviously, we didn't talk about this Tuesday. Well, he was supposed to play in the game. He got thrown out as the game was going to get started, as we know. But he'll be back in this game. The Cowboys, if you're going to beat them, Mike, you got to get their interior, their offensive line. They got BB is a first-year starter. They got another one, their first-round pick from Alabama starting. There's some advantages the Eagles have, and don't forget what Jalen Phillips has meant to this defense. It isn't amazing since I know it's only one player, and obviously Nakobe Dean's a part of this. Dean starting over Campbell, Hunt. Oh, by the way, since Week 1, it's Dean over Campbell, Hunt over Nolan Smith. Smith starting Week 1. He's now the third edge rusher. Eagles still play a lot of zone coverage, but this is comical. In today's NFL, the Eagles are 13th highest in man coverage at only 27%. It's just the league is mostly zone still. But what I'm concerned about, because the Eagles are not deep at corner, if Dallas decides they're going to play a lot of 11 personnel or maybe some 10 personnel, which, by the way, they can, you're going to isolate Adoree Jackson no matter what. They got him in Week 1, by the way. One of the worst games he's had for the Eagles was in Week 1. They got him. So I'm interested to see what they do here because Brian Schottenheimer's a terrific schemer and play caller. He does a really good job.
Well, you remember, you're right. The story after Game 1 was they got to get him off the field. He has kind of settled in a little bit in that spot. But you would imagine if you are Dallas, that's the guy you want to target again, right? You're not going to go on the other side. So I would imagine they're going to try to get Adoree Jackson in coverage and see if they can get some big plays there.
Yeah, and Mike, one of the things, Jake Ferguson is very underrated. He's really good at running after the catch, but with Fangio's defense, they limit big plays. It's really good at that. This is going to be a fun game because they're playing now. Their defense is playing at elite level. We're going to see what Brian Schottenheimer, who calls the plays, who's a very aggressive play caller. I'm looking forward to seeing how that happens here. It's one of these games that it's very intriguing. Dallas needs this game desperately. The division is not up for grabs. Eagles are obviously going to win it. It's can they get a wild card spot? They know they need to have this game. They know it's a big game for them. Prescott did not have a good game one. Lamb did. The only play. I know that Javonte Williams had 2 touchdowns. The story was Lamb in week 1. He got open a lot against Jackson. They cannot let that happen. Pickens didn't do much. Another thing is, could they get physical with Lamb? I know the Eagles play a lot of off coverage. Don't let him sit. Like that's you can't do that. And Kevontae Turpin's very sneaky. It's either him or Jalen Tolbert as the third receiver. You're going to see both of them. Tolbert could run a little bit. He's got better size than Turpin. But they'll spread you out. They could go with some 10 personnel, which is 4 receivers, Mike. You got it. That the way you win in the NFL is matchups, and you got to figure out a way to get to the backup corners. And then of course, Coop's going to play. I wonder though in this game if Jackson gets off to a bad start, does he move Coop to corner? Let's see what happens here.
Well, that's interesting. Michael Carter, we haven't heard his name a whole heck of a lot since he's been traded for. Could he certainly be getting more comfortable? And then, of course, I guess Jacorian Bennett, haven't heard a lot about him either since he's kind of come back there. And how important, I want to get your take on this, how important is the return of Juergens with Quinnen Williams and Clark? That interior seemingly would be a strength for them, and it's been a little bit of an up-and-down season for you there.
Yeah, assuming Juergens gets final medical clearance, huge, because, look, Brett Toth was unbelievable against the Giants. Okay, in another game, you really want your best players. And, by the way, Juergens does not have the knee listed on the injury report this week. That's important to note. So if he gets cleared, that's huge because all of a sudden what went from it was really about Osa Digizua inside. It's not just about him now because they've added in-season Kenny Clark, now Quinnen Williams. Eagles haven't faced them with this defense. And it's one thing Nick Sirianni said, they haven't faced this Eagles 2025 team since week 1. That's fine. Neither of the Eagles. They haven't faced this front. Their defense is mostly terrible this season, but let's see what Matt Eberflus post-bye has with this new revamped defense.
All right, Adam Kaplan, real quick before we get out of here, they are 4-5-1 Dallas. This is essentially it for them, right? This is kind of like the kitchen sink kind of game. They got to do everything in their willpower?
Well, right now, they're a 10th seed. Right now, they have that tie, which is odd. But now, Detroit losing Sam Laporta for the season, that's major. Carolina, I can't believe that they're 6-5. They don't. I mean, their defense is great. Their offense, like Bryce Young played the game of his life last week as a professional. Can't trust Bryce Young. They got to win. I mean, they can't go. It's going to be very hard for them overall. And just looking at Dallas' schedule the rest of the way, just to see what happens if they lose this week. Well, here's the problem, Mike. Oh, what a tough schedule. Home against the Chiefs, at Detroit, Minnesota, the Chargers. Then they end the season against the Commandos and Giants. But it's tough. It's going to be hard for them to get in if they lose this week, bottom line.
Yep, absolutely. And if the Eagles win, they would remain in first place and pretty much end that 20-year streak, right, Adam? That thing would be over.
It's ending. I wish. Look, I did pick Washington. I'll admit it, but I didn't know that they would lose 8 starters. I mean, come on, you can't predict that stuff. But the Eagles are clearly the class. They're really. I still think. I think in the end, because the Rams. I know the Rams right now are playing a little bit better football overall. But the Eagles have a little bit better experience, and I would love to see the Rams and Eagles meet in the NFC Championship game. That would be great.
All right, Adam Kaplan, Inside the Birds. And, of course, the Inside the Birds podcast has more coverage of the Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys. You can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Adam.
All right, man. Thanks.
There he is, Adam Kaplan, everybody. Our football at 4 for this Eagle-Cowboy game. And, of course, you can listen to football at 4 every day at 4 o'clock right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, let's get into today's edition of the Friday Five. Josh, we got the Friday Five. The way the Friday Five works, it's brought to you by Jersey Cal. Ice cream's a year-long thing in Northfield, Absecon, Brigantine. The best ice cream is at Jersey Cal. The way the Friday Five works, I picked 5 games in the summer for this week that I thought would be the best 5 games of the week. Now that the week is here, we're going to see if those games are still the Friday 5 games for week number 12. Now, you know what the interesting part about this is, Josh?
What's that?
I have my trusty Excel sheet that had all the Friday fives.
Right.
Week 12 is missing from the summertime. Was I off a bunch of those weeks or something? Because it goes my Excel sheet jumps from week 11 to 15. Like, was I out for like week 12, 13, 14, 3 weeks there? What's going on here? My games are all gone.
It's like, the Cheech and Chong joke. Dave's not here, man. Mike's not here, man.
Well, let's check out this week's edition of the Friday Five. 5 best games, my 5 games that I'm most interested in outside the Eagles and the Cowboys. Let's have a little fun with that. They're all gone, man. Game last night was fun, by the way. I didn't watch a whole heck of a lot. I was watching Sixers, and the Sixers starting at 8 took me to like the fourth quarter of that game.
Well, the thing for me is that I had the Flyers and the Sixers, and the Flyers went to overtime, and the Sixers went to overtime.
Yeah, Sanheim with the winner.
Yeah, I pulled an Earnshaw today, Mike. I wore the Sixers shirt and the Flyers hat.
Philly tuxedo. All right, 5 games. Here we go. On the list, Indy, Kansas City.
Absolutely.
Kansas City's got to win.
And Indy's got to win because Indy's getting a little tight there in the AFC South for them.
Now that Houston starting to make things interesting. That's one. Tampa, L.A. looked a lot more formidable a couple of weeks ago, but still would be in the 5.
It's a very important game. By the way, Bucky Irving ruled out for the game, so Tampa injured again. They got to go to a Rams team that is starting to find their groove and heating up.
How about, it's not a great schedule.
You said it often.
I know. How about Pittsburgh, Chicago? You got 2 division leaders. Chicago wins. They're still in first. Pittsburgh needs to win to stay in first.
And for those who are wondering, Mike Tomlin said that Aaron Rodgers is going to be a game-time decision. Apparently, according to reports, it's more of a pain tolerance thing than anything else with his broken left hand. Read into that what you will.
On the list, got to be Carolina, San Francisco, right?
Of course, Carolina is right now. They are trying to be in the postseason. San Francisco trying to find their way into the postseason.
I don't know that there's a clear and concise 5th game here.
Well, there's one you haven't mentioned yet, so I want to see if you land on this game or not.
I mean, Minnesota, Green Bay. If Minnesota wins, they stay alive, and if Green Bay loses, that obviously keeps the muddled wild card picture very muddled. If Green
also
Bay
the
wins,
muddled NFC North.
Yes, if Green Bay wins, that keeps the pressure on Chicago. I mean, Detroit plays the Giants this week. New England plays Cincinnati. Is Burrow going to play? That's intriguing. Seattle on the road at Tennessee. The Jets play Baltimore. Baltimore needs that game. The worst game of the week is Cleveland-Vegas.
But I'll still be watching. In between the Eagles timeouts.
Jacksonville, Arizona.
I'm
big
curious
game for
about
Jacksonville.
Shedeur, man.
Yeah, I got it. I don't really care about the whole Shedeur Sanders thing. That thing has been such a disaster. The way
I'm
that
just
thing's
curious
been handled.
because can you imagine if he goes out there and balls out? And then what's the conversation going to be all week? They kept this guy down. They held him back. He should have been the starter all along.
Yeah.
I'm kind of rooting for it.
I don't think he can play all that much.
The worst game of the weekend to me is the Saints-Falcons.
Yeah, you're right. I would agree. Saints-Falcons is probably a worse because of Sanders. He gives that game a little bit of intrigue. The Falcons and the Saints has nothing riding on it.
Exactly.
At all.
I mean, that's just donkey do.
Not the dew on the bottom of your shoe.
Exactly. I have worn those shoes in a week.
I would throw them out. I mean, they'd be gone. I wouldn't even wear them again. They'd be
love
already
those
in the
shoes.
trash.
They're so comfortable. They're my Eagle sneakers.
They got to go. If you step in dog do you keep the shoe and clean it, or do you immediately say they had a nice run?
Yeah, well.
What's the play there for people?
Well, for me, it's clean it because I don't exactly have tons of disposable income to go out and buy sneakers. They're expensive.
You have another pair somewhere.
I'm wearing them right now.
If they were your only pair, I can maybe agree. You have another pair. You step in dog do. I think they got to go. What do the people think? 609-403-0973.
Would you rather clean your sneakers from dog dew or watch Falcons versus Saints
No,
on Sunday?
That's not the question. You step in dog dew. Are the shoes immediately in the trash, or do you try to salvage them? How you playing that? Now, you obviously have answered this question.
I have.
I will answer those shoes go in the trash.
So you're done. You're
Done.
saying they are never coming back.
Step in dung, shoes are done. That's my rule.
All righty then.
I'm out.
You're out.
Maybe I'm overreacting. Let's see what the people think. 609-403-0973. That sounds like a poll question. Step in dog dew. Are the sneakers in the trash, or do you salvage them?
I'll post it right now.
Don't scare me with a good time. We'll have to ask the Nuggets, see what he thinks. Coming up on the other side, it's another edition of Nick's Nuggets. That's the Friday Five, brought to you by Jersey Cow. It's a year-long thing. Ice cream is a year-long thing at Jersey Cow, Northfield, Absecon, Brigantine. The best ice cream is at Jersey Cow. When we come back, it's the Friday edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash. All right, 4:30, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. You know, I was driving to work today and heard Christmas music on my radio. Is it too early for Christmas music? What do you think? Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Chris in Delaware chimes in on the text board. Wow, surprised Nuggets is doing a back-to-back, not taking a day off. Let's bring him in. Today's Nuggets on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN.
All right, Chris. I hear you.
Hey,
2 days in a row. I got my electrolytes.
Unsolicited to Chris in Northfield.
Yeah, I appreciate him listening. Chiming in. Will Bing. I'm shocked too. I got the electrolytes. We're feeling a little bit better than 67% today. A lot to get to. First of all, those that put up the Christmas tree before Thanksgiving, those that listen to Christmas music before Thanksgiving, just awful. I'm out on you. You got to wait until Thanksgiving's over. What is the rush? This is like Halloween in August. They put all the Halloween stuff out in August. We're already getting Christmas. We're skipping over Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving's like my favorite holiday. And we're just skipping over it with all the Christmas stuff. It's unbelievable.
Listen, I don't want to be involved in any holidays. I'm out on all of them. I want nothing to do with them. So all the holidays coming in, bah humbug. When I heard the Christmas music today, maybe a little nauseous. I vomited in my mouth a little bit. Almost like if I smelled dog poo on my shoe.
Oh God. How did this even come up? I heard it on the previous side of this break. How did we even get here? How did this become a poll question?
I don't know if it was Monday, one of the days earlier this week or late last week. I came into the studio and I was like, oh my God, it smells like vomit in here. I mean, it smelled awful. And Josh says, I know what it is. And he gets up and he leaves. And he's like, I'm going to, I know what it is. I'll fix it. And he left. And I'm like, what do you mean you're going to fit? What are you going to bring it over? Like a power washer? Like, what's going on here? And he came back and he was like, I fixed it. I'm like, well, what's the problem? He's like, I stepped in dog poo. And it was all over my shoe. And at that point, I'm like, you step in dog poo, the shoe's done. You can't try to clean the poo. The poo stays.
See, I'm not getting rid of the whole entire shoe if I step in it. Listen, I grew up with a dog. I've had a dog since I was born, essentially. I've had 2 dogs in my life. And, running around the backyard, it's going to happen. You get the hose, you spray it off, you fix the shoe, you let it marinate, I guess, in the sun. After you spray it, I don't know.
The sun with dog poo. I mean, that's a steamer right there.
No, I think you got to get the hose. You spray it down. You put it out in the sun. You let it dry. You get back to it. You're not going to waste a good pair of shoes. What if they're fairly new?
Paul in Millville says those sneakers never come inside again. They instantly become yard work shoes.
Now, I agree with that. I think that's fair. They got to be the play shoes.
I don't have a problem with that. Josh, you doing yard work?
Sometimes I got to do yard work, yeah.
Okay. Well, there's your sneak. You got a pair of sneaks now.
Yeah, those are those ones. Yeah, you move that. They're for the dog dirt. My mom used to call it dog dirt, not, dog poo or anything, poop, nothing. It was dog dirt. That's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, dog do, dog poop, do, poo, dung,
dirt,
whatever you want to call it.
But see, Nick, the problem with this is these are like my favorite. These are like my Eagles sneakers. Like you see me wear these sneakers.
Yeah, they're nice.
So for me to like lose out on these sneakers, like I'm losing something from the rotation. I'm losing a part of like the outfit configuration.
Yeah, I think I don't think you just toss them. Like they got to turn into either the outside yard work shoe, the work shoe. That's fine. And if they're your nice pair, I think you got to find a way to savor them. Like you get the Clorox.
These words that you're using are not great with the dog poo.
Salvage them. Salvage.
So far, 62% do agree. You got to clean the shoe, and then it's good to go. 37% say the poo sneakers now belong in the trash.
No, I think you still got to save them somehow, some way.
Let me just tell you. If you smelled what I smelled when I walked in this room, you would not want those shoes ever around in your room again.
Guess Josh had to go bare feet the rest of the day then. Sometimes you got to go barefoot. You know, I don't know what's worse.
I
Now,
got my
what is?
sneakers from the trunk that I use for the gym.
All right, there you go. Now, what's worse, gum or the dog dirt?
Oh, it's definitely the dog dirt.
There's
All
nothing
right.
worse than the gum. I mean, it doesn't smell. Yeah, it's a
Gum,
pain
you
in the-
just grab a butter knife and just scrape it off.
Yeah, the gum doesn't have any.
That grosses me out a lot, though. Like, it was in someone's mouth. They were chewing on it. The gum, because it was fresh, too. The
Now
gum
we're
was
going down
fresh,
the
too.
gross line. We got a note from Nick Mike. How does he feel about deviled eggs?
Oh, I'm not a deviled egg guy. I'm
Not
out.
like a deviled egg. That's different from a hard-boiled egg.
Hard-boiled egg.
Yeah, hard-boiled egg
Eh,
is different from the.
Nah, not a hard-boiled egg guy. Now, I heard the conversation about the fish. The fish you cannot bring into work. That is a faux pas on over faux pas. Like, you cannot bring fish into work, put it in the fridge, leave it there. Awful. It's an awful thing.
Yeah, the fish, the microwave fish thing is a rough smell. You know.
Yeah,
Especially
out on that.
Like, multiple people are going in and out of the kitchen all day. I do agree with that.
Yep. All right. Well, you got to save the shoes. You make them, you turn them into your yard work shoe. That's fine. If they're your new pair, it's a rough one, but you still got to find a way. You get shoe cleaner. I mean, there's plenty of shoe cleaners out there.
Yeah,
You get the
unnamed
Clorox
text message
wipes.
says, clean with bleach and water. And you're
Yeah.
back in business.
Yeah, you're all right. You can't just throw them out. That's a waste. That's a waste of money right there. You got to keep them. I'm in on that. All right. We ready for the Nuggets?
Let's do it.
All right. By the way, I love that Josh is wearing the Philly tuxedo today. I'm glad it's making its rounds around the sports bash. PG. I don't know what the hell that was yesterday, but at least Josh got it right with the teams today. Mike, you'll be there soon. All right. Nugget number one. Let's start with the 76ers. Good reason to wear a Philly tuxedo today after the Sixers last night, the Flyers too. But I want to touch on the 76ers and Mad Max 54. Mike Gill, unbelievable game last night for Maxey. I want to get into discussion about him. Listen, he's playing a lot of minutes, and I heard you guys talking about it a little bit earlier. And he's at 40-plus minutes per game, and no NBA player has finished the season playing and averaging 40-plus minutes per game since Monte Ellis in 2010 and 2011. It's been a long time. So he's playing a lot as of right now. Paul George adding 21 points last night, looked much better, feeling like he's getting into a little bit of a rhythm after seeing that performance against the Bucks. But are we at the point now where Maxey's 25 years young? He's really developed into a really good player for this team and a leader on this team. I just don't know. Is he number one star status? Can you win a championship with Maxey as your best player, but does he need those supporting pieces like the Embiid? Do we envision him as a one? I never feel like I've ever envisioned him as a number one type of option and player on a championship level winning basketball team. Can he get to that point, or is he already there, Mike? Where do you stand on that situation?
It's a fair question. It's a good question, too. Do I ever look at Maxey as the number one player, the best player on the teams that wins a championship? I don't think so. And that's not a slight on him. Like, Allen Iverson wasn't the best player on a team that won the championship. And right now, his numbers are actually ahead of Iverson's pace from his MVP season. That being said, I find it hard to see a undersized score-first guard as that player. Now, the league is changing. It is developing. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was the MVP of the league, and he just won a championship. Is his game so superior to Maxey's game? Not necessarily, but Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, another Kentucky guy. That's, keep that in mind. They both went to Kentucky. He is the reigning MVP of the league. By the way, I got Maxey at plus 7,000. The difference is Gilgeous-Alexander is 6'6". He's a little bit bigger than Maxey is. And I think that is something that you have to take into consideration, that Maxey still doesn't get a lot of calls, like late in these games. I still think his shot selection is not great. I think he forces a lot of bad shots late in this game. So I think the next part of his development, if he wants to be that caliber of player, is better shot selection, getting those calls, not being as out of control in the last 4 minutes of a game there. If he can do that, then maybe he can be there. But I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, with the size, and then look, he has an unbelievable supporting cast around him. The Sixers supporting cast it's an interesting team, really. I mean, if you have Paul George and Joel healthy and playing with Maxey, and then all those other guys, Oubre and Barlow and, Grimes and McCain, they have, higher quality depth players than they've ever had that I can remember in a long time.
Yeah, they do. They have a lot of help around Maxey. He just always struck me as his ceiling could be a really good second option. He's a great second star. Is he the top guy on a championship team? I don't know, but I think it helps because they have Joel Embiid when he's around, right? And Paul George and the rest of the crew, Grimes, Edgecombe, they're much deeper, right? So I think he could be the leader of this team. Yeah, he's essentially the leader of this team. But as the number one slam dunk best player to lead your team to a championship, not necessarily. And we've seen in the past, guys need help. Jokic always had Murray. Embiid has Maxey. And I think Maxey has elevated himself into another level. He just never seemed like the number one superstar type of player. I don't know if we'll ever get there, but as he's a really, really nice player, but he needs a compliment. I feel like if they want to be at that championship level, and that's Joel, that's PG, that's the rest of the roster being a little bit deeper. So I think he's gotten to a point where he's a much, much better scorer. Doesn't defend that great. He's a little erratic with some of his shots. Can turn the ball over at times if he's forcing it a little bit. But he has been unbelievable. The fact he dropped 54 last night. If you told me a few years back that that's the level he would have gotten to, I would have been stunned. I'm like, he's better than I ever could have imagined. I think most people ever imagined.
I said a couple of days ago, I'll take the L on this. When there was the whole talk about Maxey for Lillard a couple of years ago, I said, I got to make that trade. Dame Lillard's a 30-plus game, 30-point game scorer. I don't know that Maxey's ever going to be a 30-plus game scorer. And right now, he's averaging 30 points or more. I didn't think he could consist. Now, I don't know that he will consistently. That being said, he looks like he could be a upper 20, low 30 point guy, and I didn't think I ever would have seen that. And at the time, when they were talking about Dame Lillard, remember, this was 3 seasons ago.
KD, too. KD was a name that was thrown around for a while, too.
But my point was where Maxey was at that time and where Embiid and the Sixers were, is I felt that Maxey wasn't quite ready to be the number 2 guy, and that Dame Lillard would be the great number 2 guy where he was in his career and where Embiid was, that I felt that those 2 guys together would be a better pairing. Now, big picture, it's hey, you might take the chance that Maxey turns out to be a better player 3, 4, 5 years from now, and Dame Lillard's broken down. Well, Dame Lillard's now broken down. Maxey has now turned out, but I never envisioned that he would be this level of player.
Yeah, he's turned out to be a really, really, really good number 2 compared to Joel Embiid, but he's almost overtaken him because he's more available than Joel is at this point. So, 54 for Mad Max. Hey, but he's got to – the problem is he can't play 40 minutes a night. That's just way too much. It's not sustainable. That's way too much, especially him being 25. They got to find a way to get him a little bit of rest. You can't have that any night. It's November 21st. We haven't even hit Christmas yet. The Christmas games haven't even been played. They got to wind that down a little bit because he can't be playing. He's going to get hurt that way.
I do agree. I will say this. Maxey's a young man, and listen,
he needs to take 2 days off, Mike. That's what he needs to do. And sometimes he needs to take 2 days off.
Yeah. He's a young man. All these guys do is play basketball. That's all they've ever done every day. They play games. Then when they don't play games, they practice. That's all they know. It's so I always find it somewhat funny. I feel that this narrative of these back-to-backs, you can't play the back-to-backs. And now it's in our head where, they're playing back-to-backs. Dude, that's all these guys do is play basketball every single day. That's all they want to do. So I feel like we should be less impressed by somebody performing in a back-to-back. Maxey just showed us you could play back-to-backs and play fine. You played basketball one day, and guess what? Wow, you played again the next day, which is what everybody does, right? You play one day and then you play again the next day. Like, literally, I think there was a time in college where we played basketball like 15 straight days in a row. And no one was like, oh, man, this is crazy. We played basketball 15 days in a row. And, like, we're supposed to be like, wow, these guys played 2 days in a row. Holy – now, I get it. We're not playing at an NBA – like physicality level, but the NBA is not even physical anymore. All they do is go up and down, up and down, up and down. They should be able to play 2 days in a row at a high level. So you know what? I feel like I'm less impressed by guys playing now. Again, the back-to-back nature of Embiid can't play on back-to-backs. Paul George, he can't play on back. God forbid they play 2 days in a row.
Listen, I was half kidding with the 2 days off thing with Maxey. But I think around here it's because we're so used to players getting hurt all the time on this roster. It's like, well, I mean, all right.
We talk about like, oh, my God, he's playing so many minutes. And again, it's like, oh, you can't play that.
I think it's just something to monitor. That's all.
I know, but it's like we're just so trained to give, like, you can't play that many minutes. And it's like, why not? Why can't, like, that's all you do, dude. You play basketball. He can play 35, 40 minutes a game. Like, if he, like, that's what these guys, like, by the way, Michael Jordan, minutes per game, 40, 39, 37, 38, 39, 39. You could play 40 minutes a game. Let's stop giving these guys excuses. You know, there was a time I joke with Jimmy Lynam, the coach, all the time, and if he's listening, whenever he would come on and the Sixers are going, like, deep in the playoffs and, like, their bench stinks. And I would always say, Coach Lynam, when you were the coach of the Sixers, there was a team that he had that was, like, Charles Barkley, Hersey Hawkins, Johnny Dawkins, Mike Jaminski, and Rick Mahorn or something like that. They had 5 guys. There was one guy who got off the bench, Ron Anderson. That was it. They all played 40 minutes every single night. And we've given these guys so many freaking excuses of, that's too many minutes. No, it's not too many minutes. Get your ass in shape and play a 40-minute game tonight. Do it again, then take your 3 days off, and then try it again one more day. I'm sick of giving these guys this excuse.
I love it. I love that. I would love to see him play 40 minutes a game. I'd love to see Joel Embiid do it. Like I said, Monte Ellis is the last guy to do it, 2010, 2011. Crazy.
If these guys did play every single night, they probably wouldn't get hurt as much.
I agree. I'm with you there. I totally agree with that. I wish we were in an era where they were playing 40 minutes a night like they were in the 90s. I love that. Like, I wish I grew up during the 90s watching that type of basketball. More physical, guys playing every night. I love that. So we are just in such a different time period.
The guy literally backed himself into the corner to say the boomer is right again.
Again. I'll give you this one. I'm with you on this one. I totally agree. I've been saying this for a while. Okay? Like, I would like to see them play every night. But I'm just saying, 40 minutes, it's a lot. It's a lot in this era. And with this type of player and the way they train now and their bodies, it's totally different. It's changed. I think they should be playing every single night, but
I love it.
It doesn't happen.
The way they train now versus guys back then who didn't train at all. They all play 40 nights a week. And the guys who train the way they do now,
why are we? Well, that's the question.
Now should be ashamed of themselves.
Well, Mike,
ready to play 2 days in a row.
I understand that, but we're having all these soft tissue injuries because of the way they train, right? Like we're seeing all these guys. That's the problem.
The trainers are training them in a way that they're getting them hurt.
I agree.
Again, Michael Jordan can play 40 minutes a night by doing nothing. These guys rolled out of bed and just said, here I am.
Oh, they did a lot more than roll out of bed. They did a lot more than roll out of bed.
Fine. They rolled out of the casino. By the way, Charles Barkley played 39 minutes a game that season that I was talking about with Coach Jimmy Lynam. Charles Barkley was not in the greatest shape of all time, and he rolled out of bed playing 40. His minutes per game in his career, 36, 40, 39, 39, 39, 37, 38, 37. I mean, Charles Barkley, we're talking about, could play 40 minutes a night.
This is what I mean. Like, I think we're doing too much with the way guys are training, with the way they're, evolving their bodies with the way they train. That's why we're having so many problems with the way they play and how many minutes they play, because they end up getting hurt and having these seasons where they're out for so long. Achilles injuries, ACL, soft tissue, non-contact. Like, that's the issue.
The referee got an Achilles injury last night.
I saw that.
He
Nuts.
helped off the field.
Unbelievable. All right. Before I get out of here, I did want to mention this. I know we can only get to a couple nuggets today because we got into a good discussion there. But I wanted to mention, I don't know if you saw this going viral, but we do it right in this area teaching our youth. Okay. I don't know if you saw on Fox 29 going viral. Cooper's Point Family School, not a Philadelphia school. It's in Camden. I got the Camden shirt on right now. It's in Camden Elementary School. They were beating up Cowboys players in the hallway. It was fantastic. They had like pictures of the Cowboys players and like boxing, like gloves on, and they were punching the Cowboys players' faces. It was great. We were teaching the youth correctly on how to cheer for the Eagles and hate on the Cowboys. I love it. It's fantastic.
I saw this as well, that the punching bags lined up down the hallways. It's a beautiful thing. Now, I saw our buddy Kevin Kincaid from over at Crossing Broad put out an interesting post here. I want to see what the people think before we get out of here today. He said that the reason the Eagles-Cowboys rivalry isn't what it used to be is because the Cowboys are a below-average franchise.
True.
It's been to the NFC Championship game, whenever the last time that was.
In the 90s.
Years ago. Do we feel that the Eagles-Cowboys is losing its luster?
No, it can't. I mean, when you got little kids beating up the players in the middle of a hallway during recess or whatever, I mean, it's fantastic. I don't think it's the same as it once was, but it feels good, and it's still Dallas week. You still refer to it as Dallas week.
By the
So there
way,
you
got
go.
an update on the ref.
What's the
According to
update?
Tom Pelissero. He is believed to avoid major injury, and the
There you go.
Achilles is still intact.
There you
He's
go.
an aerospace engineer. And
Wow.
He may miss some time, but he is expected to return at some point this season. All I would say is I don't want that guy on my game.
No, he's going down. All right. They're the Nuggets.
You wearing dog poo on your shoe?
No, I avoid it. I avoid it. Not Josh.
See you later.
See ya.
Earnshaw has the locker room tomorrow. You can check that out right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, when we come back, it's a Sal Pal Friday. Sal Palantonio joins us for the Friday edition coming up in 8 minutes from now. But first, caller 7 right now. This is one of your final chances to enter. 609-573-3776. 609-573-ESPN. You are entered into this year's 99 Bottles Party. This is the second to last entry right here. You are number 98. 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You're entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party. You must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate. We're going to be there Wednesday, biggest show of the year. Eagles Club Box tickets. Eagles Commanders. Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, great concerts, comedians, shows from all over the area. Caller 7 right now. You are qualifier number 98. Good luck. Just after 5, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, 5 o'clock hour, driving you home, getting you ready for the Eagles and the Cowboys. It should be a fun game. Is the Eagles-Cowboys rivalry the same as it has felt, your whole life growing up? Is it dissipating a little bit? 609-403-0973. Are you in the Christmas spirit yet? I heard Christmas music on the radio today. Are you ready for Christmas? You're ready to concede to the Christmas season? I mean, you hear the music and you're just like, you like the song, but is it too early? Are you ready for it? It's not even Thanksgiving yet, which I can't believe is less than a week away. Thanksgiving football, all 3 games on 97.3 ESPN Thanksgiving Day. And, of course, you can listen to the Eagles and the Cowboys this weekend, Sunday, right here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill on the Sports Bash Live. One of the things in this matchup that I think is interesting, by the way, Brian and EHT, congratulations. Adam in Mays Landing last hour, and Scott in Atlantic City earlier in the show. You guys were qualifiers number 96, 97, and 98. We will have qualifier number 99 coming up in less than an hour on the Sports Bash. We are on our way to the 99th qualifier for this year's 99 Bottles. And for those of you, 99 Bottles will be Wednesday at Maynard's in Margate. You know the drill. You must be present to win. However, if you do not qualify, you are still obviously invited to come. And for the people who are the 99 qualifiers, for whatever reason, some people qualify and then they don't show up. In the event that someone does not show up, people can get on the waiting list. And then the people who don't show up, we will start to fill their slots with people on the waiting list. So even if you've been trying to get in and trying to get in and trying to get in, show up to Maynard's. And then hope that people don't show up. I mean, that is your best course of action if you are somebody who still wants to try to win some prizes at this year's 99 Bottles party. We've got club box tickets to see the Eagles take on the the Commanders. When is that game? That game is, it's the last week of the season. So that game, we have club box seats. We've got tickets to a bunch of Sixers games, bunch of Flyers games, a bunch of concerts, couple comedy shows, all sorts of different tickets. If you want to go to this year's 99 Bottles party, Maynard's in Margate, that's the spot. Check it out. Be there Wednesday. And, of course, the Sports Bash will be live on location. We're going to be out 3 days next week. Monday at Ocean. Stop out there. Tuesday, Chickies and Pete's, Atlantic City. Pop out there. And Wednesday, we are at Maynard's in Margate. 3 chances to see the Sports Bash out on location. Check us out, the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, so Eagles and Cowboys. Let's dive into a couple of things here. 1, Dak Prescott, the numbers against the NFC East teams. Do I put a lot of stock in that? Not necessarily. He has won 18 straight games against teams from the NFC. Now, they renew their rivalry. Eagles have won 3 straight meetings in this matchup, including week 1 this year. It's the longest win streak they have had against the Cowboys, going all the way back to 2003 and 2004. Think about that. In all these years that these teams have played against each other, the Eagles haven't won 3 straight games against the Cowboys in over 20 years. Now, they are the only team in the division right now, Philadelphia, that has a winning record. If the Eagles win the game, they essentially would win the NFC East, and it would be 2 straight division titles. They won last year, and there has not been a repeat winner in Philadelphia in the NFC East since Philadelphia won it for 4 straight years, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, you think about that, and there's a lot of, little bad juju running around you, right? It's like, ooh, no one's won the division 2 straight years. The Eagles have not won more than 3 in a row in 20 years. There's a lot of things that are about to end here. But as we mentioned, Dak Prescott has won 18 straight home games against NFC East teams. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. Like, division games, hard fought. You go there, you win a game. They come to your place, you win. I can't even imagine that is the situation in this game. The Eagles are 7-1 in one-score games. That's the best record in the NFL. A win on Sunday means it would be the Eagles' 5th consecutive winning season for them, which would be their longest straight run since 2000 to 04. We think about the Eagles and all the problems that we constantly seem to conjure up all the time. This organization has done nothing in our lifetimes from really 2000 on but win. They win, they win, they win, they win. Do they win the Super Bowl all the time? Obviously not. They have 2 in their lifetime. But, man, this team wins a lot. Man, this team is uncanny. Think about Nick Sirianni, a guy who is much maligned for whatever reason. I talked about this back in August. Nick Sirianni should essentially be the most popular figure in the city, right? He should be the most popular figure in the city. This guy's Rocky Balboa. Remember we talked about this back in August? I said, man, this guy's Rocky Balboa. He's a guy that they basically went through a phone book, pointed at and said, let's get this guy and cast him as our head coach. And all he's done is gone 28-11. That's 71% since 2021 on the road. That's the best in the NFL. That's better than every coach. Don't give me a name. This is the best one. His 28 road wins are the 5th most in their first 40 games in history. We're talking about, every week I get this email from the Eagles after the game, and it lays out where Nick Sirianni sits on the pantheon of the greats. And you're just amazed at, this guy does nothing but win. So why is it, as we enter this game against the Dallas Cowboys, why is it that you guys think that we don't give them or him the benefit of the doubt? Think about this, okay? Nick Sirianni is only the 4th NFL head coach to win at least 8 of his first 10 games of the season. 4 times in his first 5 years. There's only 3 other coaches who have ever done it. He's also just the 7th head coach since the merger to start 8-2 or better in 4 consecutive seasons. 4 years in a row, 8-2 the Eagles. Or better, by the way. They were 10-1 a couple of years ago. Is it fair that we judge the Eagles the way we do? I mean, you could keep throwing the accolades out there. 14-1 in their last 15 games at Lincoln Financial Field. 14-1 at home in their last 15 games at the Link. They lost 1 game at Lincoln Financial Field, and you're like, oh, yep. Not the same home field advantage anymore. Right? It's like the margin of error for this team is unbelievable. Now, I do think it is fair. I do think that it's fair that you are allowed to criticize when things aren't going well. Now, the Eagles keep winning, and somehow they get criticized as well, which, again, I do think is somewhat fair at times. And A.J. Brown, 7 catches and 11 targets in Week 11 against the Lions. Both season high. He had 1 catch for 8 yards in Week 1 against the Cowboys. So you look at A.J. Brown and what has gone on with him and Hurts and Kevin Patula and all of those things, and you ask yourself, what is up with this team? Are they on the right track? Are they able to get back on track? Are they even off of a track? I mean, it is like, as I'm reading off all these numbers to you guys, do you guys say, man, I didn't realize all this stuff, right? I didn't realize all these things. Here's another one for you. According to Elias, Nick Sirianni is the second head coach since the merger to start their career with 11 consecutive wins against a single division when they beat the NFC North. They have never lost a game. Think about that. Including the playoffs, the Eagles under Nick Sirianni have never lost a game against an NFC North team. Did you know that? They are 11-0 against the Bears, the Packers, the Lions, and the Vikings. Now, you might say, okay, and the Packers are consistently one of the top, 5, 6, 7 teams in the league. The Lions the last couple of years have been really, really good. I mean, the Bears, the Vikings are just always solid. Are they ever a Super Bowl team? Not necessarily, but they're always pretty good, and you haven't lost one game against that crew. It is like unfathomable, some of the things that is going on with this team. As we started the show way back early, we heard from A.J. Brown, talking about the fact that is this offense getting close? And he's like, I think so. Are we really at the point where we're just like, hey, this offense can it'll just figure it out? They'll figure it out. Like, don't worry about it. They'll figure it out. Are we there? Or do we have legitimate questions? Now, my legitimate questions lie with the offensive line. That is where I think there's the biggest question for me. And I don't know how they overcome that. Because I've seen a lot of great receivers. Let's just say, hey, AJ is still, great. And we know Devontae. I think Devontae is such an underrated player in this whole thing. Because AJ's here, he gets overshadowed a lot. Fair or unfair, I think Devontae Smith, you can make a strong argument now. No, I think you can make a legitimate argument that he's certainly having a better year. Is Devontae the better receiver at this stage of their careers? Have we seen the crossover in the pantheon of these two guys where right now, AJ, 38 catches for 457. Devontae Smith has 49. He only has 11 more catches, but for 200 more yards. All right, let's get into it. It is a Sal Pal Friday here on the Sports Bash. We've got people texting in wondering what's going on. Calm down, everybody. We're ready to go. It is a happy hour Friday. It's a Sal Pal Friday. And that, of course, all thanks to our good buddy Johnny G and the Griner team over at Burger Realty. We have Sal Palantonio on the line, ready to go. Eagles, Cowboys. We wouldn't have it any other way. Sal Pal, happy Friday.
Oh, happy Dallas week, Michael. Happy Dallas week. Sorry about the lateness. You get caught up in stuff when it's Dallas week, brother.
You do, and I want to start with that. It's Dallas week. You're 8-2. They're 4-5-1.
Yeah.
It feels like Dallas, this is their last gasp. They are fighting for air right now. Do they need this game more than Philadelphia does, and is that worrisome?
Yeah. I was watching Scott Van Pelt on SportsCenter, and he had a great line, and I stole it from him. Next time I see him, I'm going to say, I'm sorry, but I stole your line. He said, you can't hide desperation. You know what desperation smells like. And I'll tell you, there's two football teams that have been in the Eagles' crosshairs over the recent years. Kansas City Chiefs, Dallas Cowboys are both smelling like desperation this week. And Dallas front and center because the Eagles are playing them. I got a news flash for you, Mike. Got a headline for you. Ready? Bang. I'm going to Dallas. I've been in Dallas in years and years. I can't even remember the last time I've been in Dallas. That's how important this game is. They are sending Uncle Sal down to DFW, baby.
Well, that is big news right there because this is a big game because, Dallas wins. They kind of stay alive. They lose. They're done. But you said it right on this show last week, Sal. You said you are done with this A.J. Brown stuff. And then they dug Uncle Sal up on Sunday morning and you had to get involved into this situation. Has the road been smoothed at all this week after the Jeffrey Lurie meeting and then all that stuff? Does it feel any different on this Sal Pal Friday?
Oh, anytime you put down asphalt, Michael, especially up here in the Northeast, as you know, there'll be a couple of pebbles that will kick up once the traffic goes over that asphalt the first time, and that's what you got. You got the new asphalt. The road is not totally smooth yet. I think half of the stuff that A.J. Brown said at his locker this week was sort of tongue-in-cheek. But I don't understand why you can't just let well enough alone. And, naming Saquon Barkley in his commentary about how the fact that Saquon having not as good as years he had last year and all that as a comparison to him, it's kind of a little too – it's definitely a bridge too far to use the road metaphor one more time. I think – here's the bottom line. I think the stuff that I reported last week on Sunday NFL Countdown and SportsCenter is 100% gold-plated true. There's no question that A.J. Brown had a meeting on the field with Dom DeSandro and Jeffrey Lurie. And A.J. Brown pledged to the owner, Jeff Lurie, that he was going to stay off Twitter and stay off social media talking about the Eagles' offense and that he was going to pipe down. And Lurie said to him, "You don't have to apologize to me," which I thought was very interesting. Mm-hmm. The whole meeting was very interesting because, listen, the owner could have met A.J. Brown anywhere, in the cafeteria, in the owner's office. He could have gone down to Sirianni's office and met with A.J. Brown in Sirianni's office, or even Dom DeSandro's office. Anybody who knows NovaCare's layout knows it's on the first floor right below Jeffrey Lurie's office. So it could have happened anywhere. So the owner knew exactly what he was doing. He picked the location and the time to do it in front of the whole team and the coaching staff. The owner was sending a message not only to A.J. Brown, to the entire team, though, that he's had enough of this nonsense and let's put an end to it.
Did what happened this week break any of that conversation? Not really, right? I mean, him just saying what he said about Saquon, because I agree with the Saquon thing. I'm glad you brought that up, because that was kind of like, really, you're throwing Saquon? Like, he's taking a stray in this one all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, exactly. Stray bullet. Pew.
Yeah.
Ricochet right off the tree. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Did you hear?
Leave Saquon out of it. Saquon's like the he never says a bad word about anything or anybody, anyhow, anytime.
Right.
And he basically, listen, here's what he should do to Saquon. Walk over to his locker and thank him every single day. Thank you for my ring, Saquon. Thanks for my Super Bowl ring. I appreciate it. And anytime, anywhere, you need to lift someplace or, you want Thanksgiving turkey, that's a good idea. Why doesn't A.J. get Saquon Barkley and his family a nice Thanksgiving turkey, at least for a mea culpa for bringing his name up in the locker room?
I agree. I don't know. Did you hear what Deshaun Jackson said this week?
I saw it. I don't believe any of that stuff. I can't. It's all too crazy, Michael. What do you want me to react to? What did he say specifically?
I'll let Deshaun tell you. We have the audio from his podcast. And here's what he said.
Yeah, we winners. Yeah, we want to do this, but it's something else going on. And I got a great relationship with him. I respect him. I can't say it, but I know it's something else going on. That it's not all about football. It's not all about X's and O's. I've been there.
So he says, I know what's going on. I can't say it. It's not all about football. So I don't know if that makes you feel any better, though. Like if Deshaun's like, hey, I know what he's going through here. I know the story. I just can't tell you. It sounds like there's definitively something that he knows and I just can't say. But this goes back to what you're saying. The fact that you're 8-2 and this stuff is going on in the peripherals is unbelievable.
Yeah, Michael. I mean, if you got Delaware State in line for a bowl for the first time in like 7,000 decades.
Well, and he has certainly that's what's interesting because, he had his bumpy road. He got released here for all that stuff with Chip, and then he's kind of remade his image as a guy who's a leader of men all of a sudden, I mean, I have no comment on that kind of stuff. I like Deshaun a lot. I'm very friendly with him when I see him. And I'm so happy that he got this coaching job. I'm so happy that it's turned out successfully. I'm happy he beat Michael Vick at the link. I'm happy about all that stuff. It's great. But stay out of this stuff. I mean, come on. Oh, I agree.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's what's important to me is that the quarterback has stayed steady on course. because that's what you want first and foremost. You want Jalen Hurts, the leader of your team, the CEO on the football field, to stay steady in terms of his approach to handling this. He hasn't aired any kind of dirty laundry on anybody. You have to respect him for that, 100%. That's number one. Two, they're winning ball games with a very specific formula that's an overlay on top of whatever else they're working on in details. You know, the work in progress of the offense is clear. We have a very good piece on the matchup show tomorrow about the Eagles. It ends the show, and in the show, you will hear, I'm not going to give it away because I want people to watch, you will hear what Greg Cosell and Darius Butler have to say about the film study on the Eagles offense and what exactly is wrong with it. And there is stuff wrong with it. And it's stuff that, some of it that we have pointed out. Very vanilla, not unpredictable enough, too predictable, all that stuff. Not enough motion, not enough pre-snap motion, not enough. They have done more play action, and that has worked. They don't have enough difficult concepts. But you listen to Greg Cosell; he does a better job of explaining it than I do. But the bottom line, Michael, is they win football games.
Yep.
All right, so they're 8-2. They've done it the hard way the last 2 weeks, no question about it. But sometimes when you go to the casino, you win the hard way. And we all know that when you're at the table. So they're winning the hard way last 2 games. And they do it with an overlay of a specific formula that Nick Sirianni has preached since he walked in the door. Don't turn the football over. They've had some negative plays last couple of weeks. That's something that Kevin Petullo pointed out. But they don't have the big negative plays. Only 4 turnovers. That's the fewest in the National Football League. The number is the number. Nick Sirianni is 40-2 when the Eagles win the turnover battle. 40-2.
It's crazy.
Don't turn the ball over. Now you add, last year it was don't turn the ball over and play and have an unbelievable running game, an historic running game. This year it's don't turn the ball over and have a defense that looks like Buddy Ryan on steroids.
I was going to ask you about this defense matched up with this Cowboy offense, because this Cowboy offense 3 times at home has scored over 40. Now, one was against Washington, one was against the Giants, one was against Green Bay, right?
Okay.
So, and we know they have a good offense. It's not the greatest show on turf offense, but they're very good. This will tell us, this will be an interesting matchup.
It will. And the number one matchup to watch, well, there's 2. The number one matchup to watch, in my opinion, is Quinyon Mitchell, the boundary corner on this football team, against the predominantly boundary X wide receiver in George Pickens. George Pickens is lined up as the boundary X receiver more than any other wide receiver in the National Football League. He is planted out far to the right in the formation almost every single time. And that's where Quinyon Mitchell resides, and how he shut down last week Detroit. 6 balls thrown to him, all incompletions. Completion percentage against Quinyon Mitchell is 41.9%. Lowest in the league. Completion percentage against the Philadelphia Eagles secondary is 56.6%. Lowest in the National Football League. So that's matchup number 1. Number 2 is Cooper DeJean in the slot against the primary slot receiver in the NFL right now, and that is CeeDee Lamb. Now, that one I love. I think Cooper DeJean and CeeDee Lamb is going to be a great one, and I think Cooper DeJean, honestly, to be honest, will get a little help, and he deserves a little help on that matchup. But Quinyon Mitchell is playing like an all-pro right now, and I'm going to be locked in on watching that one too. Now, I'll give you a third one, and that is Jalen Carter is playing in this game. He did not play week 1 because he spit on Dak Prescott, as everybody remembers, before the game. He didn't play in that game. And right now, Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis have 9 batted balls to the line of scrimmage. That leads the league for any defensive tackles duo in the NFL. The Eagles have 12 batted balls, or Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis have 9 of the 12. The Eagles have 12, which is tied for the league lead at the line of scrimmage. That push up the middle is something that Dak Prescott has got to worry about. And you know what, Jalen Carter, he wasn't in the first matchup. You know who else wasn't in the first matchup? The other Jalen Phillips. And you put Phillips on the field with Jalen Carter, it's a completely different ball game for that offensive line of the Dallas Cowboys. I have this Eagles team winning this game. I do. I think it'll be a close game because, the Eagles are not scoring bunches of points. But I have the Eagles winning 23-20. I don't think either team's going to score more than 2 touchdowns. I have them winning 23-20. This is a get your popcorn ready football game. It's going to come down to the wire.
I like it. Should be a lot of fun, and that would put the nail in the Cowboy coffin. They would pretty much be done. And then, you know what else would have put the nail in the coffin for, Sal Pal? 20 straight years, no NFC repeat champion.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And, that's the thing. It comes down to win. You've been to the league, to the lake 100 times, right? Before the game, they start with the bell ringing on the Jumbotron. Then they play the Rocky theme song. And then you see that iconic scene on the Jumbotron where Rocky leans in and listens to what Adrian's message to him is. Adrian doesn't say to Rocky, throw the ball to A.J. Brown. She says to Rocky, win.
You are right about that. You are right about that. She says win. And if that's enough, we'll see. As the Eagles turn each and every week, Sal Palantonio was all over SportsCenter last week, leading that show off with the A.J. Brown stuff. And obviously here we are a week later. They won again. Nick Sirianni on the road, 71% he wins. All he does is win. It might not be pretty, but that's the message. Sal Pal.
Yeah. All right, Michael. Thanks a lot for having me on the show. I'm sorry I was late, and I'm headed to the airport. I'll see everybody down in Jerry World. Can't wait.
All right, Sal Palantonio, everybody, and that's, of course, our friend Johnny G over in Ocean City at the Grinder team. We want to say hello to him, as always, on a Friday, a happy hour Friday here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. All right, we got that. We got some Sal Pal likes the Eagles 23-20, and that's the Sal Pal pick here on Happy Hour Friday, Sports Bash, Sal Pal Friday. I tell you, that is a good thing. That was well done. He doesn't say how to win or throw the ball to A.J. Brown. He just says win. And the Eagles do it, as we chronicle leading into Sal Pal coming on. They do a lot of winning. They do a lot of winning, unconventional, conventional. My buddy and I, we go back and forth about this all the time. He says they're not entertaining. And I said, nobody cares. But people do care. I do get it. They care. But I said, as long as they win, no one will care. If they start losing and then they're not entertaining, I still think they'll sell out the building because people will just go to boo them. They'll never – the Eagles in my lifetime, I don't see a scenario where in my lifetime the Eagles don't sell out a game. Win, lose, bad, good, entertaining, worst brand. I just don't see them never not selling out the link. You guys, anybody out there think like you'll get to a point where you're like, no, I think that building would be half empty if this happened. Or I think 80, I just don't ever see it happening. I don't ever see it happening. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, we'll set up the weekend. We got 99 bottles, one more chance for you to qualify. That's all still to come here on a Happy Hour Friday. And I got my Happy Hour Friday picks for you guys that we will throw out there as well. What are you having this weekend? 609-403-0973. Fill up the text board. Let me know, what is the perfect drink for the Eagles, Cowboys, 425? You're nestled in on the couch. What are you having? Let me know. It's all coming up next. All right, 537 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video, you can watch the show, YouTube, X platform, at Mike Gill Show. Ray and EHC says, I'm not drinking for the game. I'm going to smoke a nice fat joint. Good for you, Ray. Let me know how that game goes. Hey, Mike, the details are a little foggy. Georgia Galloway. There will certainly come a day when the Eagles no longer sell the stadium out for any game, but that won't be until Jeffrey Lurie builds and opens his new stadium. I don't know what that means. Why would that be the case? What's he trying to say there?
Is he trying to say that by the time the new stadium is built, that people won't, it'll be too expensive?
I understand cost for people. I certainly would put that into a category of why you wouldn't go to a game. I do think there are a large majority of people who put sports expenditures at the top of the list, almost above anything else.
That's true.
So while I do understand, like, I'm not paying $1,000 for a ticket, I know people that do, and I'm like, where's this guy getting $1,000 to spend on a ticket? Like, I'm just not doing that.
I think the problem is that what people don't realize is that football has gotten to a level of popularity, and especially in cities like Philadelphia, where that even if there was 1,000 people who said, I'm not paying this anymore, there's still another 1,000 people who will fill that slot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There are people that are dying to go to a game, and there are people that will save up to try to go to that one game.
Correct.
And the chances that an Eagles game is not sold out, I just don't see it. I don't remember the last time they didn't sell out a game.
I mean, I would have to venture it was before Jeffrey Lurie bought the team.
I would imagine it's got to be in the 90s, if even in the 90s. And that you're going back to the vet now.
I mean, Rich Kotite, he was very much hated, so I would assume it was the Rich Kotite era.
Yeah. What was the last? Let's see if when was the last time the Eagles did not sell out a game? The Philadelphia Eagles, I should probably put in, right? Philadelphia Eagles not sell out a game. The last time, they have sold out every home game continuously since 1999.
Yeah, Jeffrey Lurie era.
The sellout streak began with the third home game in 1999, and they have sold out every game since. So you're talking about, 25 years straight that the Eagles have sold out every single game.
Sounds about right. Makes sense to me.
Yeah. There are, by the way, in 2014, there was an article in 2014 that was written. There were over 40,000 people on the waiting list for season tickets.
Yeah, I forget what site I saw it on. I think it was Bleacher Report or one of those sites, but they said that the Eagles have the second largest waiting list for season ticket holders in the NFL.
They're going to sell at every game in your lifetime.
They're
Everybody
fine.
listening right now, every single person listening right now, you will never see a game at Lincoln Financial Field that is not sold out. All right. What else we got here? My buddy Q Myers was on game night the other night, said something that I thought was kind of interesting. He was on Wednesday's show, as he is every week. Q Myers from game night. He'll be on tonight at 10 o'clock. He says he understands the frustrations of A.J. Brown. Take a listen.
But I understand where he's coming from as far as just why he's frustrated, where the frustrations are coming from, and how they can get things going. Because, again, there's going to be a day. We know this. Look, the defense could be phenomenal, but there might be one game where the defense just isn't on their A game.
Right.
And so that's what A.J. Brown is saying. Hey, there's a day this defense isn't going to be able to shut everybody out or create turnovers and, keep the score very low, under 20 points. And we're going to have to do some of the heavy lifting. And he from what I'm hearing, doesn't believe that they could do that.
Well, that's what I have said. It's not that I don't believe in the defense. I totally believe in the defense. But there's going to come a day where that defense needs a little bit of help. And it might be a day where they give up 10 and the offense has to score 13. There might be a day where the defense gives up 20. And this is a week, right? This is a week where the Eagles' defense might actually give up 20. They gave up 20 against Dallas the last time. This is indoors. There's no wind. We kept talking about, it's funny. We're criticizing the Eagles' offense. Well, it was really windy out. Okay, well, does that mean their defense isn't as good as we're watching? Because then the same people would say, their defense is great. They're not 6 points a week great.
But nobody is. And I think that's where it's less to me about can the defense hold up than it is about the offense doing their job. Because, again, the Cowboys have been held down before. But the other team still had to score more than 20. We're not I'm not asking the Eagles to score 40. I'm asking you to score 24. I'm asking you to score 28. And the fact that it's been that difficult for you, this is where the criticisms are not invalid.
Peter Schrager was on Sportsmanlike this morning. And as Q Myers says, he understands where the frustrations are coming from. He's trying to get out ahead of things. And Peter Schrager's saying you might be trying to get ahead of things because if something happens, who knows what will happen? Take a listen.
As long as they keep winning, they can keep the demons at bay. If they go to Dallas and they lose and they can't put up points, good luck. Watch Monday. Monday, we're going to have a field day on Get Up. We'll have a field day on Unsportsmanlike. We'll have a field day on First Take because everyone's waiting to chomp at the bit here. But because they're winning these awesome games, it's hard to actually give it any credence. The fact of the matter is the offense is not looking good. It's not as good as it was last year. And Saquon isn't having that dream season. So at some point, is Jalen Hurts going to be able to do something different? Or is Kevin Patullo going to put in a new offense? Maybe, but they are 8-2, and they've beaten every good team in the NFC that they've faced.
He said it. What if the Eagle offense doesn't hold up their end of the bargain this week? Then what? And if it's fair or unfair, people are going to talk about it. They're the best team in the league. They're the defending Super Bowl champions. So if they don't look good, people are going to talk about it, whether it's fair or unfair. 609-403-0973. Mike, I've been trying to get to an Eagles game for the last 4 years, and you're right. People have to save money to go to those games because they're so expensive. If you want to sit midfield on the Eagles side, let's say 10 to 20 rows back, it's $4,600. That can't. Is it $4,600?
It's pretty expensive.
That has to be for tickets for you and your kid, your wife, your girlfriend, your somebody else, right? I don't know who you're trying to bring.
Yeah, I'll pull up StubHub or one of the sites.
My Lord. All right, we'll get picks for the game balls, and everything else coming up next. Plus, your last chance qualifier number 99 is coming. Listen for that cue to call. Still this hour on the Sports Bash. All right, 5:51, getting ready to get out of here. JW in Ocean City says, face value, upper level seats, end zone, not middle of the field, $175 a game when you go to secondary sites. The fees are almost as much as the price of the ticket. That's what caused it to be so much for people that are not season ticket holders. I'm a season ticket holder, have been for years. That's the truth about it. If you know someone that has tickets and is willing to sell them to you without making a profit, it's $175 upper level seat per game. JW in Atlantic City. My buddy went to he called me a couple weeks ago and said, hey, do you know anybody that has Eagles tickets they want to sell for the Lions game? I knew a guy who was selling 2 tickets for $875. So, like, $4 and change per.
Yeah,
now he's talking about upper depth. 4,600 sounds preposterous.
Right, like I pulled up one of the resale markets, and 4 tickets in like the upper deck. Get 4 tickets for $1,600.
It's a lot. I'm not paying $1,600.
And that doesn't include the parking.
Yeah, I don't want to go to a game. I don't want to go. I like going to Sixers games. I'm more into the Sixer game, like going to a basketball game. It's a Phillies game I'll go to.
If I had to rank them, I would probably say a Phillies game would be my number one. Just because I like going to a baseball game.
Yeah, me too. I love a good baseball game. All right, let me get to the picks and the game balls and all that good stuff. I think Dallas wins this game. I don't know why. I just think Dallas wins.
If the game wasn't in Dallas, would you feel differently?
Good question. Probably not. I think Dallas's offense, we're putting so much pressure on this Eagle defense. And one week you just don't play all that well. 24-10? Something like that? No. 24-14. Maybe a little bit more. 24-18. 24-18. That'll be my pick. 24-18 Dallas. Game ball, defense, Jalen Carter. Tries to keep him in it. Pressures. Breakdown on the back end. Not enough offense in this one. There's your problem. No game ball on the offense. The offense stinks. That's my pick today. All right. Don't forget, Monday, we're at Ocean. Tuesday, Chickies and Pete's. Wednesday, it's 99 bottles. And here's the last qualifier. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You are number 99 right here. This guy or gal right here. You are caller number 7. You are number 99. 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now at 609-573-3776. Good luck. We'll see everybody at 99 bottles. You must be present to win. But if you did not qualify, show up and hope someone else doesn't show up, and then you can take their spot. It's our biggest party of the year. Eagles Club Box tickets, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, and who knows what else we're going to show up with. We'll see everybody there. I'll talk to you Monday. The best of the Sports Bash is next.